And welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Ding Liren and Gukesh. Today, we have another exciting game. Today is game 11, with Gukesh having the white pieces once again. With me, I have Laura Unuk. I'm very happy to be hosting together with her as usual. So welcome, Laura. Welcome back to the stream.
Thank you, Felix. I feel like a guest today, so I have a good treatment.
Yeah, and we already have a first move on the board, as it seems. Yeah, today let's just have a look at the pairings. Today, Ding Liren has the black pieces and Gukesh does have the white pieces. So as we kind of were talking about yesterday, we expect Gukesh to try his best today to get out something with white pieces from the opening. He only has two more white games. And yeah, I think it's gonna be definitely exciting. So knight f3 and d5 is on the board. Let's switch to the main analysis.
Yeah, I mean, Felix, yesterday we tried to predict will Gukesh go to e4 and maybe try something else against the French, like not exchange French, like happened in the last time. And I said, no, I think Gukesh will go knight f3, and he did go knight f3.
Yeah, we had this bet, right? I was thinking that that Gukesh would go back to e4, and
Yeah.
I'm very surprised that he didn't, because the French is very solid and a good opening, but it's not like you that Black has a very easy life in the main lines, I feel. So there could be some ideas there, but yeah, Gukesh feels like he wants to catch Ding in something else. So we have the Reti in front of us.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's see what Gukesh has in mind. Because knight f3, d5, c4 immediately, which of course he could start with any other move. Now with this c4, basically he's already asking Ding, do you want to go e6, c6, d4? Do you want to take on c4? What is he gonna do? There's so many options.
Yeah, and yeah, this move order has been kind of the older move order, I would say, because it does allow Black to push d4 and get this sort of Benoni structure, which, yeah, objectively has been kind of the verdict that Black is fine here. But Gukesh goes for the sharpest approach with b4 right away.
Yay! Yeah, so d4 happened immediately. Which, like you said, this is sharp. This is now Benoni-like with opposite colors, but white is in a Benoni type position, but with tempo up. So I do like it. And before immediately c5, e3. Wow. Okay, actually, to be honest, I don't know when was the last time I've seen this variation either in my files or on the board.
It's funny because it's actually the Bloomfeld variation, which also Black can play just with the tempo up for white. And it can get very sharp because white is offering this pawn sacrifice if Black just takes on e3 and then takes on b4, which leads to very, very unusual positions. White gets this nice center and the open f-file, but Black is a pawn up, so yeah, that could definitely lead to something very interesting.
Absolutely. However, this center is always very unpleasant to play against.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't know how to set up with black pieces. Like I've been in similar situations that I got this pawn because I felt like I was forced to take it, and then I just felt so defeated in the center. And I think the best approach, apparently, old style, would be to go with some g6 ideas.
Yeah.
In this style, but also with modern engines, I think they like e6 and just like bishop e7, knight f6, and just be simple. So, but is that on the board or
no?
Not yet.
After
Okay,
e3, it seems like that's the position we
yeah,
have on the board. Yeah, and yeah, I think
I see the live board. Yeah.
as far as I know, Black doesn't have to go into this. I think as Black, I intended to go knight f6 here. And I do recall one game where Wojtaszek was Black. I think it was against Duda, but yeah. Let's see if I find some games in the opening database.
Yeah, of course. I mean, to be honest, Dink has already played this with black pieces against Adiban in 2021. I'm opening the Lichess database, master database, because I mean, it's the easiest for me, you know. I just click the button. But you, Felix, you do your research because I think it's much better. There are many more games, of course, here in this position.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Ding did play it against Adiban.
Yeah, and he won.
And what happened in that game? How did Adiban continue after
he played b5. Yeah,
he played b5. Okay.
Yeah. I will yeah, b5, and after knight bd7, e takes d4, c takes d4, knight d4, knight c5.
Yeah, that line does ring a bell. And I think here there was one Wojtaszek game, but I could be entirely wrong.
It could transpose probably, yeah, or it did happen and we don't have it in the database. Yeah. It's totally possible.
So yeah, here white is the one who won a pawn and black sacrificed a pawn, but here kind of the tables are turned, and now it is black who has the compensation with a nice lead in development.
Yes. Exactly. But also Ding in 2021, I feel like before COVID, or that was, yeah, I think that was around during or before COVID. It was his peak, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But of course, COVID hurt everybody. I feel like, especially in China, it took the biggest hit. So also his mentality, I feel, started to degrade at that point.
Yeah.
And it's very tough to come back, of course, from that.
Yeah, I think his main thing was that he couldn't really travel out of the country and couldn't really compete in tournaments, and therefore his motivation also suffered a bit. Because yeah, he just couldn't play any tournaments. Basically, I think that was the main issue for him.
Yeah, exactly. And I do wonder what Gukesh will do after e3 knight f6 if Ding decides to go to his old line, maybe
Yeah.
even old love. Yeah, Ding is thinking. That's surprising, right?
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to decide and trying to recall here. It's definitely not the first opening which he thought of that might happen today. But I'm sure he has checked it before the tournament. I think after knight f6, I mean, at least logical is also to go bishop b2 just with white, and again to offer this this pawn sacrifice. A bishop b2.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
No,
bishop b2
actually, you have the. I'm just so used to making the move, so you do it now,
Yeah,
Felix.
I'm.
Bishop
It's
b2.
already on the board. Bishop b2, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think that black probably doesn't have anything better to take the pawn. But yeah, we might see that. Who knows what the players come up with here. By the way, after b4, there are so many interesting lines for black. For example, g5 is one really cool line, which has seen some popularity. And it's actually a pretty good line. So if someone from the audience is looking against b4, which is exciting, I would definitely recommend looking into g5. The point is that when white takes the pawn, black does get this nice compensation, and the knight is usually, it's not so clear where it will go.
That's amazing. I'm so sad we didn't get that now.
Yeah.
It would be amazing if Ding decided to go for g5 instead of
that would be cool, yeah.
That would be cool. In fact, I will also check some of Lila's suggestions, because of course, yeah, okay, c5, knight f6, even f6 Lila likes as well.
Yeah,
not
f6.
even g5. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Instead of g5, just f6. I mean, preparing e5, also potentially g5 if needed.
Yeah, that's another one of the main lines there, but it is super complicated. So I like Ding's approach very much with c5. It's very classical, and yeah, we're just waiting to see what he will do now.
Yeah, what Ding has in mind. I truly do wonder. Yeah, he's probably recalling these variations. I mean, yeah, it is hard to prepare for World Championship match because I feel like you literally have to go through all the openings on the planet.
Yeah.
Especially at this, like, okay, knight f3, c4, I think you could expect. And in that case, you know what? I would not go d4 because that leads to sharp positions, except if I'm prepared for it. I would go for something safer like c6 or e6, or even taking on c4, because these Benoni type of structures are, I don't know, for me, always a bit risky.
Yeah.
They're imbalanced, yeah?
You're right. I guess it all depends on what black has in mind against the main lines. Like if white starts with d4, which systems he chooses there, and yeah, with all the move orders that black doesn't get tricked here. So maybe that's why Ding has to go d4 to be like in accordance with his repertoire.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised, to be honest.
It does bring us a fight, yeah, as expected after e3.
Yeah.
It's definitely not one of the main theoretical discussions nowadays.
No, it is really, yeah, like I said, it's been a long time if I've ever even analyzed something like this, to be honest. But okay, like I said, I tend to avoid this type of structures just because even though Angel will say, oh, I mean, either white's clearly better or black's clearly better, it's never so clear at the board because there's usually just one move you go wrong and the valuation changes completely.
Yeah.
One tempo even, I would say it's enough. And yeah, I am really happy to see how Ding actually will approach this position. I feel like Gukesh will find himself well, even though of course he maybe prefers some kind of positional games with a long-term advantage, but I feel like we will see Gukesh play some interesting tactical ideas today. What do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, the match, at least the classical portion, is approaching the end. So I thought already that Gukesh would try just to get everything out of it possible, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing with this opening choice. Yeah, it's a bit
Yeah.
surprising that Ding is taking quite a lot of time here. It's already been a bit more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, especially because there are mostly two logical moves, knight f6 and d takes e3. And if you do take d takes e3, you need to be prepared for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Long term, you know exactly how you want to put your pieces, where, when, and is your compensation, I mean, okay, in this case, is your center, even though if it's weak, is it something that you're willing to do?
Yeah.
To play long term, to play this game for, let's say, 40 more moves, yeah, without the center. I feel like us chess players are so used to these basic rules, you know, develop the center, develop the pieces, castle, and we're happy. And suddenly we're without the center and we start to panic.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, the center plays a big role.
Yeah, and the engines, of course, disagree, yeah. Even though, yeah, these positions can get very complicated.
Yeah.
I would be surprised to see d takes e3 on the board. I will just put it there because, of course, f takes e3, like you said, and then d4. If Ding decides to go for something like knight f6 here, I don't know. I will be very surprised.
Yeah, because now at least the bishop is not on b2 yet, compared to what we've seen before. Like if black starts with knight f6, I guess it's a bit more flexible because white doesn't really want to capture any of the pawns yet. If he takes on d4, then after c takes d4, it is a Benoni structure, but the pawn is already in b4, which white does want, but here it might be a bit overextended already because white is not fully developed yet, and black is probably able to make use of that. For example, like d3, e5 would be an idea when the pawn on b4 is already hanging. And he also doesn't really want to take on c5 because then after knight c6, black will continue with e5, the pawn on c5 will drop, and black has the nice center. So here, I guess the two moves are either to go b5 just to close the queen side, or to go for bishop b2. When now I think that it is time for black to go into this pawn sacrifice. But now, as I've been saying, now the bishop is already in b2, which yeah, maybe it doesn't always have to go there if you have the white pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You're making a very good point because, yeah, then one tempo down, like you said, one tempo down, it's already changing the scenario.
Yeah.
And I think even in this position, black has much better score than white.
Yeah, that's
statistically, yeah. I feel like overall, like 40% wins for black, 50% draws, and others are wins for white. So basically, not a lot. Just in the Lichess database, of course. There are many more games, like correspondent games, of course. Actually, if you do have the maybe correspondence database open somewhere,
yeah, I'll pull it up. Yeah,
I would really wonder if this has been analyzed or played. After, before e3, I'm sure it's been played, but I wonder what was the best move.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. So after e3, knight f6 is the main move and also the one with the best score. And after knight f6, b5 is mostly played, and bishop b2 is the move played after that.
Ah, b5 and then bishop e2.
Bishop b2, b2
Bishop
again.
b, sorry,
Yeah.
that would be, because then it would be followed by d3 and it would be a bit confusing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
bishop b2. So for example, after b5, let's say black decides to, I think queen c7 is the most popular move, yeah?
yeah, queen c7 just to get e5.
Very logical, and just bishop b2, you're saying, or?
And after queen c7, g3 is the main move, and
G3,
just
okay.
fianchettoing the bishop. And was queen c7 the move which Ding has also played? No, he played knight bd7.
He played knight bd7.
And after knight bd7, white has exclusively taken on d4. So this is the move Ding played against Adiban in their game from 2021. And yeah,
cute.
this was the game.
Yeah, he's maybe trying to remember also this idea, of course, after b5. Yeah, maybe he's thinking if he even wants to allow b5 to happen, if he's in the mood for this type of positions. But I feel like, you play d4 so fast, you play c5 so fast. I feel like you need to be prepared for the punch.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a bit surprised as well, definitely.
No, but it's okay. I mean, he should think. He has time, and I'm actually not sure how many time he spent. I already like 17 minutes, yeah. He's down to 1 hour 43 minutes. Which it's a lot of time to spend in the opening, especially if you are prepared for it. So maybe he hasn't checked his files, Felix.
Yeah, could easily be, yeah. He is taking a lot of time. Yeah, I cannot say that I'm surprised by now, because it's kind of a reoccurring theme in this match. But yeah, it's even though we see it so often, I'm still surprised every time somehow.
Yeah, that this is not mostly opening theoretical battle, but the openings are not really that long, right? Would you say, like, it could be much more theoretical, no?
In this match, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just in this match, of
Yeah,
course.
absolutely. Yeah, like the opening phase ends pretty quickly in this match. Like we see some very fresh ideas, and then often both players are just on their own, which is actually exactly what we want to see from this match.
Exactly, absolutely. We prefer that, in fact. Yeah, I feel like in the last two matches, especially maybe Magnus's matches, the games were really theoretical. Against Fabi, against Jan. I feel like we were just watching the opening unfold till move 30, and then there was like 10, 15 moves of their play.
Yeah.
Very often. Yeah, which that's the point where we just where chess public was like rebelling. We don't want openings, and now we have a match without not a lot of opening theory, at least not classical opening theory, because we have these interesting positions. Really, honestly, I love that Gukash went for this before, and I can't wait to see. Will Dink already decide to unbalance it even more, or will he play it safe? Somehow I feel like playing it safe is his style, so
Yeah, the question is if in this position it's still possible to somehow play it safe, because I think no matter what you do with black, there will be fireworks. And if you just really try to play it safe that much, then maybe you could just end up maybe with a safe, but with a worse position. And I think if you take the pawn in general, it's still somewhat safe. Like white's pawns are not advancing that fast. But of course, there's like a pretty big imbalance here. And another thing which I think I figured out while browsing through the correspondence games is why this move order is maybe a bit worse than if black were to start with knight f6, bishop e2. Because if black takes immediately on e3 and then on b4, then white usually follows up with d4, knight f6, bishop d3. Black mostly, as you pointed out, goes for the kingside fianchetto. And here white has the idea of playing a3, and after b takes a3, he can recapture with the bishop in one move. And yeah, if we look at the other line, if black starts with knight f6 and now bishop e2, and now black goes for the same, Now the bishop is already in b2, so if white wants to have the same plan later on with a3 and wants to recapture with the bishop, white is basically losing one tempo here.
Which is, like we said, very important in this type of position, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a very good comparison. I think I learned something about this opening, so I will keep that in mind. And that's why I wanted to say that people do not play bishop b2 after knight f6. Also, that's the reason they go b5 immediately. Mostly, I think this is the most common move, like you said.
Absolutely, yeah.
Of course, I think there could be some other moves possible instead of b5, right? I'm not sure because this is very specific position, and this is why sometimes we need some help of engines. However, I think that any other move than b5, like e takes d4, for example, or b takes c5, is just transposing to what we saw before.
Yeah, and those moves have also been played in correspondence. E takes d4 being one of them, but it has a score of 26%. So I'm not sure if Gukesh has that in mind. Also, queen a4 check has been played after knight f6. But yeah, these are probably not the most serious of tries. b5 is probably the one.
Yeah, I do agree. So yeah, I think that we will probably see knight f6, b5. I do wonder what Ding is thinking in his head right now.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm not sure if there is anything like that serious instead of knight f6 or d takes e3. Maybe it's just deciding between those two.
Yeah, I think he is actually repeating the lines in his head, and I think he doesn't remember exactly what are his files.
Yeah,
Does that happen to you sometime?
Yeah, definitely sometimes. Yeah, I try not to spend too much time then though. If I just after like 5 or 10 minutes cannot figure it out fully, then I'll just try to play something which seems logical. Because I feel like often it's kind of in your way when you desperately try to recall your variations. Then you kind of stop thinking for yourself and you're just trying to like just remember but not think for yourself, and I think this often leads to bad scenarios. So I'm trying to avoid that in my own games.
That is a very smart approach. However, I do must admit that to me it does sometimes happen because, for example, I know this is in my files, or I know I've played exactly this opening before. And then I get in my head and I start thinking, okay, he must have analyzed my game. That means he prepared something. At which point will he play something else? At which point he prepared something that I don't know? And then I start thinking and thinking, and then I just want to play something that is not in my files. Just makes me want to play something completely different. Which is terrible, but I think I understand where Ding is coming from, because he doesn't want to lose in the opening again. I mean, lose to come worse out of the opening with black pieces, because in this exact position, this is very much possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also remember what Ding said in the, I think it was in the press conference yesterday, that he's like the match is approaching the end, and therefore he is very, very careful with every move. That's kind of what he said, and that's also what we feel. I think, yeah, that he's just overthinking. You could even say every move, and just being super, super careful, not to blunder with anything, not to get into any trouble. So this is like the driving factor, I think, why he's been struggling so much with his time management, just to be super safe.
I mean, yes, I do agree. He is being super safe, and also his moves reflect his mindset. But if he's going to get into time trouble, it can get risky.
Yeah.
Overall, it can get risky. However, also 2 conferences ago, I remember people were asking, Ding, do you actually feel better playing in time trouble? Because you do make more accurate moves in time trouble than when you think for 30 minutes. So I feel like when he's under pressure, I think Felix, you and I also have this similarity. We do tend to get into time trouble, and it is something about this adrenaline that makes us and forces us to think fast and better. And I think he also does enjoy that, so he doesn't really mind time trouble that much.
Yeah, I mean, he has been playing really well when his clock was ticking down to 10 minutes or even a couple of minutes. So yeah,
Yeah.
maybe he just needs this
But push,
pressure
yeah.
to
Yeah.
perform well. Yeah.
Okay, that's maybe why he's so good in Rapid and okay, actually I'm not sure how good he is in Blitz, but I understand why he's so good in Rapid then. Because I myself also would prefer Rapid games over Blitz games. Blitz is just basically at some point throwing pieces around,
Yeah.
while Rapid is still chess, and you have time to think, but not a lot of time. You're under pressure.
Yeah.
So this could be his perfect time control. Rapid, of course, I mean, and I understand, of course, people are coming from cheering for Ding in Rapid tie breaks.
Yeah, it's also in accordance with what Levon said when he was on the stream, that he feels like Ding is a very intuitive player. So this definitely plays into the hands of someone who is playing rapid or just faster time controls in general. If you have good intuition, I guess that's kind of the most important thing when it comes to faster time control.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Intuition, yeah. But you also have to practice or keep your intuition. It's very hard, yeah. As I mean, you would kind of correlate intuition with your form in chess. And I feel like when you're out of shape, you also don't trust your intuition. Does that happen to you as well?
Yeah, it definitely also has something to do with, as you said, like confidence. If you're struggling with confidence in a tournament where you're like not performing that well, then your intuition often suffers because you just you want to make a move, you feel like it's the right move, but then you start self-doubting yourself, and yeah, that's also what I struggle with quite a lot.
Exactly. And when you think, okay, this is the time that I will trust my intuition, I do not want to think about this position anymore, or it's, for example, I'm too tired to think about it because there are other more important positions coming, and you just play by your intuition and it's wrong. That's the
Yeah,
worst thing.
yeah,
Like, what? How is that possible? Like, two weeks ago, my intuition was working amazingly, like almost, I don't know, at least 50% of moves in the game were stockfish number one or something, you know? And now it's like this turnaround. But yeah, that's why also chess is a sport, you know. You need to keep in shape, you
yeah,
need to keep sharp
yeah.
at all times for your intuition to work. And Ding is down to 1 hour 30 minutes almost,
After
counting
four
down.
moves, I mean, it's just incredible. Yeah.
It is so funny. It is funny. Poor Ding. Come on, Ding. You got this. I'm also watching his camera, Engukish's camera sometimes just to see their reactions. And somehow I feel like Ding is nervous because he is changing his positions very, very often, like from this to this, and then he's doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so
You know, I would be nervous too if I haven't checked this for maybe some days or some time and cannot recall all the lines. And my opponent obviously came super well prepared to that game. So I would also start feeling nervous, especially Black doesn't really have like a safety net here. I mean, the
no,
position
yeah.
will just yeah, go up in flames, no matter what, basically. And it's not really what Ding wants, yeah. Even if he's a bit worse and he does have like a compact position, he's happy, but that's not really what he can get here, I think.
Yeah, it is slightly unusual. However, what if, Felix, what if Ding is playing mind games? What if he actually knows exactly what's going to happen and he's making all these faces that he never does to make Gukesh feel too confident and too ambitious?
You know, it could be, yeah. Yeah, you never know with Ding. You
I
never know with
really,
him.
I feel like he's fair in that department, that he really wouldn't try to lead his opponent on. But I don't know, maybe he does play mind games.
I would also be very, very much surprised, but you never know. It's a world championship match, so maybe he's learned some tricks, yeah, to
Yeah, yeah.
psychological warfare.
I mean, Rapport is a tricky guy as well, and
Yeah,
he's main second, so I'm pretty sure he has some good tips for Dink himself. And I would love actually seeing him playing mind games. Um, However, 30 moves for move 4, maybe I would include this 30-minute thing after some other move, like after knight f6 or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's just pretty strange, yeah.
It is strange. And of course, for the late chatters, taking on b4, or taking on e3 and then taking on b4 is, of course, an option. But yes, it does give white a huge center. And I think good enough compensation for the b4 pawn. But I would love actually to see that, because to have this kind of imbalance today in game 11 out of 14 games, it would be so exciting.
Yeah, totally, yeah. It is going to be exciting, that's for sure. So let's see what Ding comes up with here.
I mean, at this point, in his case, if I was in his case, I would just try to have some coffee, have my mind off.
Some ice cream, yeah.
Some ice cream, yes, some ice cream, some coffee, and then just like have some sugar in my veins and then just play something, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't think yeah, I don't think that he can do that, as he's at the board. So of course there's a rule: when it's your move to be played, you cannot actually get away from the board. So also another struggle for him. And somebody had a very fair question, Felix. You mentioned the G file line before, but so I think you mentioned it instead of C5. Ding could go for G5 immediately. But somebody asked about C5, E6, G5 now. Sorry, C5, E3, G5, G5 in this variation. However, there's quite a difference here, yeah?
Yeah, C5 and E3 are already on the board.
Yes.
As far as I recall, after the immediate G5, here usually black doesn't really care to play C5 at all. He just wants to play on the center. So my explanation would be that here, since already, yeah, that C5 is already on the board, it might become a target, which is maybe the best. The best example is if white just takes the pawn after E5, knight E4 now. In the other line where the pawn is still on C7, black could go F5 when the pawn is still on E2. But here there's already queen H5 check, and also yeah, the pawn on C5 is also targeted. So I guess here G5 might be a little bit too adventurous.
I do agree. That's a very fair explanation. However, I was curious because when you were analyzing this, I saw the evaluation bar go up and down, and I was like, wait, is that not the best approach? So I just checked it, and actually after G5, it's already +1 after B takes C5.
And knight takes G5 is no good?
And knight takes G5 is apparently not good because D takes E3, F takes E3, and bishop G7.
That's of course an upside, yeah? Yeah, because now I cannot go D4 or knight C3. Okay, interesting. So after G5, B takes C5 is the move. Which is also logical, yeah, because now D4 is hanging.
Of course, it's logical, but of course, even after bishop G7, you have to check queen H5 and so on. And it's you do not know the evaluation. Here, you do have to trust your intuition. I'm better, or I'm worse, or your calculation. So he could be Ding could actually be considering G5. Also in that position, but I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, for example, like, how do you know that after B takes C5, this is so clearly better? I mean, it is very hard because E5 is an option also for black in that position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how bad objectively G5 is, but if it's really not good at all, then Gukesh probably didn't check it, which means that he knows that it cannot be any good. So then he will just try and spend time on it to try and refute it, basically. And if it's not that bad at all, then he will probably know it. So I think these are the two possible scenarios.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Okay, Dink. Is it your time, Dink? Will you play the move now?
I think not yet. He's not ready.
He's not moving. He's not ready. Yeah. 35 minutes. Move 4. It's move 4 in 35. That sounds ridiculous to non-chess players, and I mean, to me, I get it, you know. I do it sometimes as well, even though it's very unhealthy. Please do not do that. Chess players do not spend 35 minutes on move 4. However, Felix, I do love my time trouble, so I do tend to do things like that sometimes, even though if I know the opening, if I do not feel confident, I do that. If I'm not sure that I know the line correctly, I do that. Or if I'm not sure what my opponent has prepared, I do that. So it's a deadly combination, all these three together.
Yeah. But honestly, in this case, I think it's just like, unacceptable. I mean, it's kind of a still well,
Ding, huh?
no, I mean his time management here.
No, I agree, of
It's
course.
like it's not like it's like a totally new idea. This position has still been seen quite in quite a few games. Even Ding played it himself with black pieces. So spending already, is it now like 35 minutes, is just unacceptable here in my opinion. It's I think it will, unless he just now calculates the rest of the game from this moment on. I think it's not gonna end that well for him.
Oh, that would be ridiculous. Imagine, like, he's just pretending to spend 1 hour and then he blitzes out everything.
Yeah.
But that's an unlikely scenario. Knowing Ding, this doesn't happen to him.
It's
So
just strange, yeah.
It's move 4. We have nothing else to analyze, Felix. What can we do now? I mean, after e3, I mean, we checked d takes e3, which it's most likely not going to happen. What's going to happen with knight f6, b5, and then either knight d7 or queen c7, depending on Ding's knowledge of what's best in this variation these days.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's thinking about this position, yeah, as you said, knight f6, b5, and then he's trying to recall which of the lines to play. Is it queen c7 or knight bd7, what he wants to do? But I mean, 35 minutes, it's just so much time.
Oh, Ding is smiling now.
He is?
Yes, he's smiling during his analysis. I mean, it was a very brief smile, but I saw it. So he does like something, or he finds something very funny in his calculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, now he's back to his serious face, but
Still no move, yeah?
No move, but it's just so funny looking at him analyzing. It's too bad we cannot have cameras, of course, on the Lichess stream. However, it was not possible, and you guys can, of course, always open these cameras on their website to also listen to us and also watch them, of course, if you prefer that. But of course, you need to listen to us. That's the main scenario. But yeah, Dink has not played and he's moving a lot.
So you're feeling like he's pretty nervous, yeah?
Yeah, he's moving a lot. He's putting his hand over his face, then he's putting it down, then he's putting it back up immediately, and then he's putting it back down. And then sometimes he smiles a bit, and then he's again putting his hand back up. It's very unusual. He seems uncomfortable somehow.
Yeah, not a good sign now. I have to agree.
Yeah. So so after I don't know what else to say in this position, I have to be honest. If it was move 10 or even move 7, I feel like we could do so much more. Let's you know what? Let's discuss knight f6 b5. Let's discuss knight bd7. If something has changed with engine evaluation from Ding's game back in 21 to today.
Yeah, I was just checking that to see if there have been any theoretical developments.
Mhm.
So let's put up the position. And he did play knight f6, didn't he?
Oh,
Is it possible?
yes.
He did play knight f6, yeah. And a3 is on the board.
Oh no. Ding's calculation is out of the game
Yeah.
again.
So this is what happens. Probably with knight f6 he was calculating b5 all the time, trying to figure out all the yeah, complicated variations, and now a3 comes, which is
Oh wow.
probably kind of like a new move, I guess.
It
A3
could
6 games only, and
yeah.
basically all of them have been played in correspondence chess.
I feel like this is a hit for Ding because he spent almost 40, no, more than 40 minutes, 41 minutes in fact, on move knight f6. And then your opponent just goes a3, Felix.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens in this case. Yeah, I'm also quite surprised with a3. I mean, I think I've never seen this move in this position before, just guarding the pawn on b4. But I actually like the idea because it's not so simple for black where how to develop, because I saw that knight c6 has been the main move in correspondence, but it doesn't feel that logical because after b5 the knight has to go to a5. So here after a3 knight c6, b5, knight a5, which does seem kind of counterintuitive in my opinion, at least, because the knight is just fully out of the game on a5.
You don't want to have this knight on a5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
a3, interesting.
a3. No, very interesting, of course, but no, I'm sorry, I'm just getting over the fact that Ding spent 40 minutes trying to recall his preparation and then a3 happens. See, this is the sign, at least if any of you, of course, are chess players besides Felix, us, I'm sure all of you have competed somehow before. This is the sign to just, if you know something, play it first and then think sometimes. If it's not critical, like if you know this is the opening and if you know this is that you're going to play it, don't think 2 moves ahead. Like, don't stop here. If you know you're going to play it first, yeah? Because of course b5 was natural move, but you think after white plays it, because look at the now Gukash's preparation, a3.
Yeah, and this, as you pointed out, yeah, this scenario was a perfect example because Ding didn't really have any other options than knight f6. I mean, he could have taken both of the pawns.
But you decide for that in like 10 minutes, you know, you
Yeah,
decide
yeah.
which kind of position you want, you play it,
Maximum 10
yeah?
minutes. Yeah, maximum.
Especially on their level, I think
Yeah.
spending so much time is very, very crucial. And now he's going to spend more time after a3.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for him. Oh, he didn't wake up well today, or I'm not sure what's wrong, or
I mean, maybe this is, yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe this will go well for him, as we saw earlier, this with this time management. Sometimes it went okay, but of course there was this one game which he lost, where also his time management wasn't great. So it could turn out either way, of course. But being low on time is probably not that great for anyone, honestly. Even though people are saying by now that it favors Ding, I don't think it's like that.
No, of course, of course. I mean, I do agree that he needs adrenaline to play better, faster, think faster as well, calculate faster. However, if he needs to play at least, I don't know, 5 moves in his time trouble, the risk is too high.
Yeah.
Everybody makes mistakes in time trouble, absolutely everybody.
Yeah.
And it's just too high of a risk to take. And I don't think he's bluffing anymore. Of course, after 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you could say, okay, he might be bluffing, but now we see he's really not bluffing.
Yeah, totally. And there has been a suggestion in the chat, which is a5. which I think is quite an interesting
Ooh.
idea, often played in these positions, just forcing white to make a decision here on the queen side. And I also saw that it has been played in correspondence, I think in at least one of the games.
Okay.
So now it's kind of to figure out what white has in mind here, because after b5, now we have the inclusion of a5 and a3, which who does it favor and why?
That's a very good question. I do think that it could favor white just because after b5 sometimes black's idea is to go e6 himself. And now he doesn't have that option.
Yeah, he doesn't have that option. Yeah, that's correct. I was also, yeah, that's a great point. I was just thinking in these lines, like if knight bd7 happens here as well, then I saw in the Ding game that the white then went to b3 in I think it was in this position. Knight sooner or later went to b3. So then I think like a4 could be an idea to maybe kick away the knight from b3 in some cases, or even a4 right away.
Okay, also could be. Yeah, also pluses and minuses, yeah.
But of course, as you said, maybe now black doesn't have to take on d4 and argue that black doesn't have any counterplay on the queen side anymore with a6. Like maybe white could do something slower like g3 or d3 here.
Yeah, exactly. No need for any fast play because the queen side is blocked and we just play in the center, and on the king side, yeah, we could argue that. We could, of course, argue that.
And what could happen here is some sort of King's Indian later on. Like at some point, white would go e4. And usually in this King's Indian, black wants to, in this case, black wants to play on the queen side. Because white does always have this play on the king side with g3 and f4. And black usually is looking for counterplay on the queen side. And here, the queen side is already fully closed.
Yeah.
So therefore, this could, in some cases, be a little bit dangerous for black, this structure, if white doesn't have time to organize play on the king side.
I agree. Basically, it's a competition for who is the first one to attack on the king side.
Yeah.
And it seems like white might be in a slight advantage regarding that, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's all a question of time here, I would say. Black can also play on the king side in these positions, like with h6, g5. These are often ideas. But it's not an easy call for Ding to make, once again.
Absolutely. It's not an easy call. And I do feel like Felix Gukesh could have prepared many moves after knight f6. But after seeing Ding thinking for 40 minutes, he decided not to go for the main line. Also, maybe he also prepared a3 already before, that he will play it even before the game. But what I'm trying to say is that he saw how insecure Ding was, spending 40 minutes on knight f6, and he just decided to go a3 seems logical, let him think even more because it's not the main line, so he's gonna spend at least 10 more minutes on this position.
Yeah, there are many explanations for that, as you said. I have to say though, I think this has been some pretty serious preparation with A3. There have been like 10 correspondence games which have been played, which means it cannot be entirely bad. And yeah,
No, of course, yeah.
it's just a completely new position for black, for Ding in this case, and it's just playable, yeah. So this is what both players just want to get out, and I guess Gukesh in general didn't want to go for this forcing line since he saw that Ding had the game already after knight f6 b5, and he, I guess, was just thinking that in that game Ding played really well and won, so probably he will remember that and try to avoid these forcing lines here.
Yeah. Okay.
But a3, yeah, interesting.
No, yeah, a3 of course very interesting. Like I would really not like to be in Ding's shoes right now if I was not prepared for this, and then your opponent also goes something like a3, and now again you have to figure out what is his idea. I mean, I think he gave away. He does not want to take b takes c5. because a3 wouldn't make any sense, but of course he has to figure out what is Gukash's idea at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, I mean, now Ding does have some options to be somewhat safe. Like I was thinking about e6, just trying to develop.
Exactly, like this is a very safe move. You want to develop your bishop to e7 or d6 later, and you want to castle. Very simple chess. However, after bishop b2,
Yeah, I was afraid you were gonna say that. I'm not sure.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. I see. That's why I don't like this position. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah,
It
again,
just,
I could take on e3 and then b4, but that's not really what we what we wanted in the first place. So
no. It is really this is now kind of almost Benoni Benko type of position already. If we're gonna do that,
yeah.
and I don't like that.
And what does Lila say here?
Actually, a very good question.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. Of course, people were also asking yesterday, oh, why do we mention Lila so often? The only reason is because Matthew Sadler did join us a few times, and at least he inspired me to check Lila. Because of this new style of percentages is very, very interesting to me. And of course, after a3, Lila gives the best probability of being the best move to knight c6. While his second move is a5. However, for Lila, the best move is knight c6.
Okay, yeah, as it has been played in correspondence as well. Nevertheless, how we said, knight c6, b5, knight a5. I'm not sure. It's not really easy to make that call, even though then at least black does have the counterplay, as you pointed out before, with a6 to come. So that could be an idea.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes like even in some King's Indians, putting the knight on a5 for a short time is not that bad. So
yeah,
I would argue it's a big problem. However, if you do get your knight on a5, you need to think fast how to get it back into the game at some point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's why actually Lila, I will tell you, after knight c6, Lila is actually suggesting e takes d4. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4, c takes d4, d3, a5, b5. This is what Lila's main line is after knight c6. So
interesting. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out here. I mean, it's also not obvious to go here for black. It does seem like a pretty good Benoni for white, I would say. Because white already managed to exchange one pair of minor pieces, and in general in the structure for white, it's a good idea to exchange as many pieces as possible, because in the end game he will have this this majority on the queen side. But yep, all of these moves have been somewhat surprising to me. Like, first of all, after knight c6 not to go b5 but ed4. Then knight takes d4 was kind of another surprise. I expected c takes d4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because also c takes d4 is of course a very nice and very likely possibility. So,
but yeah, it does run into b5. Yeah, so knight takes d4 is actually very logical when you think about it.
I mean, yeah, and you also, if you have an option to take with something on d4, you would like to take with the piece, because controlling that square with a piece is very, very nice if it's possible.
And can I take on the queen with the queen then on d4?
I was thinking exactly the same. Like, why is not taking with the queen good then? I don't know. Is
I guess knight c3 is.
Knight c3, or I was thinking also rook a2 followed by bishop b2 is not so stupid, but let's go knight c6 because it's the most logical. And then
the queen on d4 is exposed, but white is also pretty underdeveloped, so I was already thinking about things like knight e4 here. I'm not sure.
Ooh, knight e4 also threatening queen takes f2.
Yeah.
Oh, ouch. Yeah, maybe let's go rook a2 instead of knight c3. Yeah.
Still, it seems so like a little bit strange for white, I would say.
It does.
Rook on a2, no other pieces are developed.
It's funny, somehow funny, yeah. This is so complicated. This is so complicated. And yeah, we cannot know if that's, yeah, when you're calculating these lines, it's like, but am I really better? What is actually evaluation of this position? I mean, bishop g4, like even here, I'm thinking bishop g4, I'm thinking queen e5, I'm thinking queen e4, I'm thinking e5. Maybe not e5 now, but
doesn't queen e4 just win the piece on b1?
No, Felix, no. I actually sacrificed it, so it's poisonous.
Okay.
I totally blundered it. Okay.
Show me how.
I totally blundered it.
I also just spotted it now. Yeah, it's
I was just looking at queen e5 check. I didn't even check queen e4. Yeah, doesn't work. So maybe rook a2 is not the best move. So after knight c3, of course, knight e4 is very annoying. Except if we want to sacrifice an exchange, maybe.
Yeah, knight takes e4 is definitely interesting. I was just also not sure if I would just recapture with the queen here, like on e4. Because I didn't want to take on a1. Knight c5 and now queen a4 could be an idea. The queen on a1 is still somewhat could get trapped. So
I agree.
I thought I can just casually recapture here. But
yeah. No, I agree. You could just casually recapture. Basically forcing me to go queen e2, yeah, and this is something I would not like to do.
Does it force you to go queen e2?
Oh, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, bishop b2, because queen g2, bishop f3 is very dangerous.
It goes on, yeah.
It is very dangerous. After queen g6, what you gonna do? I'm not developed enough with black. Yeah, my king is not safe.
But maybe I'm also not developed enough with white. I'm kind of afraid of that. Yeah.
I mean, I was trying to, I could make an argument that going bishop b2 is enough, but yeah, I'm not sure it is actually. Because also queen e6 is coming.
Hard to say, yeah. Queen e6.
Yeah, okay. Too many complications.
Yeah, but queen d4 is definitely a move to consider as well in that position.
Absolutely. And instead of knight e4, we could also consider queen f3. Yeah, protect everything. So
in which moment?
Yeah, so queen d4, knight c3, knight e4, queen f3. Yeah.
Okay.
If that works, if I'm not blundering anything, you know.
That's a good idea. And after knight takes c3, just I guess d takes c3.
Yeah, very simple. And then I develop my bishop on c1 very easily.
Yeah, now black is very underdeveloped. Yeah, I like this idea with queen f3. That looks cool.
It is more simple than taking on e4, and it's good enough. So I guess that knight e4 could be a bit too fast by black. But again, so many lines to check here. Instead of knight e4, bishop g4. Instead of knight e4, bishop f5 as well. I don't know. That's why I guess Lila is just saying simple c takes d4, leave me alone, and play your own chess.
Yeah. And Ding is still thinking, yeah, it's just unbelievable.
I feel so bad for Ding right now. And his team, what do you think his team is thinking right now?
I have no idea. It's hard to say what Rapport is thinking in most cases. When it comes to openings, at least. It's always very, very unexpected.
It is very unexpected, and it's I don't know. I feel like watching that game when the player is very close to you and you're like their second, it's almost more nerve-wracking than playing the game.
Yeah.
I feel like when you're not playing, so when you're just watching the game, you see all the possibilities. You see all the lines, and you're just like, why didn't he go for that? Like this seems so much more logical, and why did he need to spend so much time on it? It just because also when they're relaxed, um, I don't know. You see differently. You see the game differently when you're observing than when you're playing.
Yeah, also
Sometimes
because you often have the assistance of the of the computer that also plays a role.
that helps if you have
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah,
I feel like if their seconds are actually analyzing the game with the engines immediately, or yeah, or they're trying to understand what Dink's thinking as well.
yeah. I guess it depends on the second as well.
Oh, Dink.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean,
Dink just reached 59 minutes and 59 seconds.
it's unbelievable after 5 moves. I mean,
Oh my.
he hasn't even made his fifth move. He so to put it into perspective, he did play. So for which moves did he spend? He spent for 2 moves. He spent half of his time basically.
And he doesn't have 30-second increment.
For knight f6 and now for his next move, he spent half of his time. Yeah.
Oh my, Felix, that's so bad.
It's crazy. Yeah.
No, this is crazy. I do not understand. I mean, he needs to play faster. He really needs to play faster, and I think he's very nervous. But come on, I mean, a3. It's not like your opponent is threatening something huge, and he decided to play something. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just
Not
unexplicable.
yet. No, sorry. Yeah.
He
No. I
didn't play. Yeah.
I thought he moved something. I heard some noise, but it was not. It was not him. It was not our Ding.
You were hoping for it, yeah?
Yeah, no, I was absolutely hoping for it. I need him to play the move now. I'm nervous for him. And
Yeah.
I'm not cheering for any player, but I'm very much nervous for him because I've been in his situation and it's terrible.
And
But this is a world championship match.
yeah,
This is not any game.
I don't have any words for that. 2
Oh
moves,
yeah.
1 hour in the opening stage. It's unbelievable.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is crazy.
And how is the live feed looking? Like yeah, how are the players behaving? By the way,
Well,
Irene is in the chat. Irene is
yeah,
saying
I
hi, Laura and
saw.
Felix. So hi, Irene.
I saw it. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. You can finish your sentence.
No, just wanted to have a shout out to Irene as well, and yeah, it's a pleasure to see her in the chat as well. And I think now we have moves. Is it possible?
Yeah, it is possible.
Bishop
Yeah, and also I want
G4.
to say hi to Irene. You're doing great job commentating Qatar Masters. So
Absolutely.
of course, everybody after this game is over, please join her. And we do have fast moves as well. Bishop G4 after A3. Bishop G4. Felix, it is very natural. However, we didn't really expect it to happen. It's not really a very usual move, no?
Yeah, there is sometimes this idea, but I never really liked it that much because the bishop is somehow, yeah, you don't really want to take on f3 because the light squares then become super weak. And if the bishop goes back to h5, it doesn't really do much at all there. And yeah, even there, if the bishop is not on c8, this diagonal is just, yeah, it can be quite some trouble for black, yeah. Because the pawn on b7 is often hanging, and just light squares overall are pretty weak. So I'm not sure what Ding has in mind now. Does he want to actually take on f3 and play for a lead in development?
At this point, Felix, at this point, you're asking me two difficult questions because I don't know what Ding is thinking. But let's go back after bishop g4. Kukash decided to immediately take on d4 and of course h3. Yeah. Let's do consider bishop takes f3, please. And after queen takes f3, is this something that black wants to get?
I don't think so, honestly. I mean, he would have to prove something very fast that he has enough play for for the bishop. Because if white manages to get out with like d3, g3, bishop g2, short castle, he will just be much, much better. Because simply the light squares are so weak, and black practically never wants to give up this this light square bishop. So I'm having even a hard time finding something for black here. Maybe it's time for like creative measures like e5, just giving up the pawn on b7 for some active play, but I don't really believe in it, honestly.
Honestly, I think this c pawn is way too strong. Way too strong.
Yeah, it's already maybe even coming, yeah, right away.
I would, yeah, right away, and this bishop on f1, look at this beast.
It's coming, yeah.
And I think this could also be just lost.
Yeah, definitely.
Immediately, yeah.
But what else? I mean, in this position, maybe you have to just protect the pawn, or I don't know, knight c6 again, b5 might be coming.
Honestly, I don't like bishop f3 at all.
Yeah, me neither, but is bishop h5 the idea?
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do bishop h5. Oh, I don't want to do it, but let's do it, you know.
Yeah, let's say I just go d3 here.
Yeah. And let's say now I want to go something, I don't know. I'm just trying to make something happen. E6 is too slow, yeah?
E6, also I would be scared of g4 and knight e5 there.
Yeah, and also just bishop b2 coming.
Already h4 would be an idea, or simply to take here. Bishop g4 is another, yeah. Bishop g4 is a bit surprising, yeah.
Actually, I do wonder if white's actually better after bishop g4. Of course, it was a natural move, but yeah, I didn't like it. I really didn't like it. It's not in the spirit of the position. In fact, yeah, bishop g4 was 5th Lila suggestion, and after h3, oh yeah, Lila is suggesting bishop takes f3 to be clearly the best move. Everything else already gives at least 30% chances of white winning.
Wow.
Which is a lot of chances. In fact, after bishop h5, g4 immediately could be possible by Lila as well.
Even immediately, yeah.
Even immediately. So I guess we will see bishop takes f3. If we don't, then I think the score is going to be already written on the board, almost.
Yeah. Anyway, the position looks pretty tough for black already. And after bishop f3, now I had a look at my local Stockfish engine as well. It seems like black does have to defend the pawn on b7 with moves like queen c8 or queen c7, which, yeah, they don't look that nice. And also one idea, I mean, I mentioned that the bishop might want to come to g2, but as you pointed out before, white could also just go c5 and activate the bishop on either c4 or on b5. That also looks very nice.
Yeah, Felix, honestly, I don't like this pawn structure for black at all, especially now that b4 is on the board. It's taking so much space in black's territory, and yeah, like you said, if white just manages to develop the pieces in a healthy way, this looks terrible. Let's do check queen c7 after queen f3. Let's check queen c7, because the idea is also to go e5 later.
By the way, Ding took on f3.
Yeah, okay, healthy move. Healthy and logical, but the Gukesh is really just playing fast, you know. He's just putting pressure on Ding, and that's very important.
Yeah, and it looks like he's also still in book, which is actually good news for him, because bishop g4 is, as you said, it was not in the top 5 of, it was maybe 5th move of Lila. So often people prepare like the top 3 moves, maybe top 4 moves, but the 5th move still and be prepared is quite impressive for such a sideline as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure was he prepared or he managed to calculate all of this during the game, because I think Gukesh at some point got bored.
Yeah, that's
and he just decided, Let's think of other possibilities than a5, and what else were we thinking in the position?
After a3, also knight c6, was
Also
there.
knight c6. Okay, let me think what else is a logical possibility, and maybe you also like decide, oh, bishop g4, yeah, just take on d4, h3. But also, like you said, he most likely did play some training games, and these training games he maybe checked this line.
Yeah, and it
However,
would be
yeah.
very smart by him to use the time which Ding has spent. I mean, it was 1 hour. What often happens to me is that I'm not that good in using the time which my opponent spends. I often just use my own time, and somehow when my opponent thinks it's harder for me to concentrate. I don't know how you feel about it, but
Yeah,
yeah.
it's true. It is true. Yeah, you just take everything much lighter when your opponent's time is ticking down than yours. You're just like, I have time anyway. I
Yeah,
will think.
I'll think on my own. Yeah,
I think on my own.
yeah.
I don't even know what he's going to play. If I think now, I will need to spend much more energy because I need to think of different lines and different possibilities. But when he plays, it's only one possibility, you know?
Yeah.
Then you get in your head, which is completely stupid sometimes, but you know, sometimes it's worth it. And of course, just Queen c7 is on the board, by the way, by Ding. So first time in the game that Gukesh is actually thinking.
Yeah. And at least there's now some clarity for black, because his plan is somewhat obvious. I think he wants to go e5 and a5. And now it's up to Gukesh to find the correct way, because I think you could make a point for both developing the white bishop on this diagonal, on the f1 a6 diagonal, or also on this g2 on the g2 diagonal.
Yeah, okay, let's check something. Either we check c5 first or we check d3 first. What do you want to check first? Both is logical.
Maybe c5, since it was your previous suggestion.
Yeah, let's check c5. I mean, I love these squares for my bishop. So, how are you going to trick me? e5, yeah?
Probably e5, yeah.
I would guess.
Also, I guess a5 could be logical to try and cause problems immediately.
That does make sense. But bishop b2 after a5 looks good enough to me, no?
Yeah, bishop e2 and then maybe e5. Yeah, now it's the question if this inclusion is...
Yeah, any different. Yeah, okay, understood. And after e5, okay, let's say I go bishop b5.
Knight c6.
Knight c6. And okay, let's say I just castle, that I'm a healthy person and I just
let's
decide to
say
castle.
bishop e7. Your pawn b4 is somewhat of a weakness.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make an argument that something like queen g3 could be an annoying move.
So queen g3, if castle, you want to take on c6 and take on d4?
Yeah, I don't know if it works, but somehow, yeah, castle takes on c6, and if you take with the b pawn, bishop d4, and knight h5 would be followed by queen h2. It looks risky though, but maybe it works.
Here after knight h5, maybe you can even take on e5.
Oh yeah, in this scenario, yeah, I was thinking.
If black goes knight h5 earlier, queen h2 is definitely an idea.
Yeah, I was thinking too much ahead. Yeah, but again, it needs to be calculated. Yes, especially some knight e4s are also an idea.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe something else, maybe something different. What would you play? Tell me what you were thinking after a5.
Yeah, after I see a5, maybe I would be a bit. Maybe I wouldn't go c5 right away, because I really want to castle my king, and actually c5 is helping with that, because bishop e5 check comes with the check. But then the pawn on b4 is always somewhat weak. So I would take a moment here after queen c7 and yeah, maybe just go for something like d3. Like
let's check d3. Yeah, let's check it.
Or
And
also
it's on the board.
d3 has been played. Okay.
It's a healthy move. It's more healthy, of course. However, Lila, I think, prefers c5.
Okay.
Let me just check that. I think, but it's not a big difference at all. I just am checking the percentages, and after c5, probabilities of white winning are almost 18%, while black's probabilities of winning are 13%, while after d3, white's probabilities of winning are still 18%, but black's probabilities of winning are now 20.
So black's position is even okay here, it seems, yeah?
Yes, yes. That's why apparently she likes c5 much more. And also after a5, Gukash played b5 immediately,
And we see somewhat of a blitz game now. Like Ding is speeding up like crazy here.
It is crazy. And also I would like to mention b5 not being the best move by Gukash.
Yeah, now the knight on d7 will find this very nice square on c5,
c5.
and all of a sudden I might pick black here because he has such a nice control of the dark squares.
I don't get it. I don't get why Gukash didn't spend more time after a5. Did he think he doesn't have any other option than b5? But that's weird.
Yeah, what else could he have done instead of b5? Is it
Honestly, okay, obviously it's hard, but b takes a5 was clearly the best move by Lila.
wow, yeah, that's
not natural. It doesn't follow the position.
Yeah, that's usually something you never do in this Benoni structure.
Never.
But it does open the b file, and the pawn on b7 could be a target later on.
I would guess that was the reason. However, the knight c6 is a very, very healthy knight. So I get it. So b5, yeah, b5 very logical. Let's leave it like that. And after knight d7, let's live in the present, like Levon would say. You know?
Yeah.
And after knight bd7, what to do now? Yeah, we could argue that black's absolutely fine. I mean, e5 is coming. However, yes, if we go something like either g3 or g4, bishop g2.
G4 is interesting, yeah.
It looks cute.
Because g5 is actually quite a big threat, yeah.
I mean, after knight c5 or knight e5. Ooh.
Yeah, now maybe knight e5 could be an idea also.
Knight e5.
But I'm going to e2 and
to go to e2. And then and after e6. Bishop f4, sorry.
Bishop f4 you still
even
can...
though
Bishop f4 you also have knight takes d3, yeah?
Yeah, that's cute. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be too worried, yeah. Okay, let's go e6, it's healthy.
Yeah, maybe bishop g2 just.
I don't know what to do with my bishops. I want to go knight g6 at some point, but I don't know when.
Yeah, to play for the f4 square, yeah.
f4, h4, any black square you give me, you know. Maybe bishop d6 could be an option. Okay, let's go knight g6 immediately. It might be too soon, but I'm just wondering what's going to happen.
Yeah, both knight f4 and knight h4 are ideas, yeah.
Yeah, especially because also e4 square is protected by my knight. So I feel like... I don't know, this is complicated.
But this seems like an option even to go knight e5, yeah, g4. Again, I guess black could also just put the knight to c5. And if g5, just retreat with the knight to d7. That also looks pretty healthy. And knight e5 is again actually a big threat, maybe even, because the pawn on d3 is quite weak.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. Shouldn't be too worried.
So interesting that Gukash played so fast this move d3. He spent like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, he really wants to pressure his opponent, I understand, but c5 seemed more challenging, but needed more time to be calculated, of course.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it is weird. I mean, Ding has 51 minutes and Gukash has 1 hour and 53 minutes. I mean, you could argue that Dink still has a lot of time for the game, and it is important for you to know where to put your pieces. And when you know that, you're gonna play fast. So that's why c5 could be something to discuss. But yeah, like you said, after a5, you need to check your lines.
Yeah.
A lot. Yeah, you need to be sure this is something you want to do. So d3 is safe. But yeah, now we are in a situation where knight is coming to c5.
Yeah, and black does have this very nice bind on the dark squares all of a sudden.
Yeah. Felix, I think it is time for Gukesh to think for the first time, because I think I need my coffee.
Yeah.
After Ding spending so much time, I drank it all.
Yeah, and that's a great idea, and probably Gukesh will also spend some time here. So yeah, we'll go on our first break, but everyone stay tuned. We'll be back in around 10 minutes. As soon as Laura gets her coffee, we're we're back live. So stay tuned, everyone, and yeah, see you after the break. And welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Ding Luren and Gukesh. Laura has gotten her coffee, and everyone is happy. So we're back. We're back with the broadcast. Today is round 11, and Gukesh has the white pieces against the current world champion Ding Luren. And after Gukesh kind of surprised everyone with the opening, Ding surprised us even more by spending an hour for basically 2 moves. So he's currently at 50 minutes after only how many moves have been played? 10 moves, which is a bit concerning, but it seems like things have somewhat turned. What has happened, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, the start was a bit confusing, to be honest. I mean, even the opening with this c4, d4 immediately was a bit of surprise for me, as it runs to dynamic positions, which I didn't think the Ding would want to play today. And then he decides to think for 40 minutes on move 4 and spend another 20 plus minutes on move 5.
Yeah.
We were getting worried, Felix. It was like, what is happening? And then, of course, Gukesh decided to play on time, played some moves, healthy moves, very quickly to pressure Ding even more. However, Ding responded immediately. He knew exactly how to respond on every move, and now we are on move 10. And apparently, given the evaluation in the break room, Black is already slightly better.
Yeah, it seems like it, and Gukesh has just played a bit too fast, I would say. d3 did look very logical, but it turned out that this move c5, followed by activating the bishop, which was also Laura's idea, might have in fact been a little bit better. Because
Slightly,
now,
yeah.
as we've seen, as Laura said, in the current position, Black has managed to get a5 and Gukesh went b5, and now all of a sudden Black does have this very nice control of the dark squares. And I think Gukesh is slowly realizing that, maybe he should have taken some time a bit earlier.
Indeed, yeah. I feel like this is almost a deja vu from game 1. Somehow very dynamic plan from the opening. And you remember the outpost on b2, there was a knight on b2. Well, here it could come to c5, followed by a4 and knight b3.
Yeah.
So almost very similar to game 1. So that's why somebody in the chat also suggested why a4 from white, probably if it's a good move.
Yeah,
However,
it
yeah,
does stop from getting it for himself, but if I were white, I would be a bit concerned about my pieces because
development.
yeah, by now only the queen is developed, which is in general not a really good sign. And I mean, how to develop actually, because the bishop would like to go to g2, but then also the pawn on d3 could be targeted in some cases. And on e2, the bishop is also not that happy because it wants to be on this long diagonal.
Yes, it wants to be, and that's why maybe also c5 before was freeing this bishop much more to go anywhere it wanted to. Either that could be even d3, c4, b5, and then later on the g2 diagonal. And yeah, now it's slightly locked here, and this bishop would love to get out to g2 with either g3 or g4. However, I think I do slightly prefer g3 just because of the weak squares for later game. But also, yes, the c1 bishop, what are we going to do with it? We cannot go to f4, e5 is coming anyway, so it's stuck here. And also the knight on b1, I mean, it's probably going to be protecting the b3 square itself on d2 somehow in the future. So this knight on c5 is always such a strong knight.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you pointed out, white also has to watch out for knight b3. So probably the knight from b1 has to go to d2 just to protect b3, and from there it's not clear where it will go.
And that's what Gukesh is thinking. Yeah, he was playing very fast, and now maybe slight karma. He has to think for a long time now to figure out exactly what he wants to get from this position. What do you think is his plan here? Is it g3 immediately? Does he want to Maybe go bishop g5 himself to get rid of this bishop.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I think he would like to get rid of the bishop on c1. Just exchange on f6, but for now it also doesn't work because black has queen e5 check with the double attack.
Again, blundering another piece in this analysis, second one today.
But I think that black would like to get it, white would like to get it. The question is only how. Because,
yeah,
bishop e2 would prepare bishop g5, but it just feels a bit wrong, I would say.
bishop e2 does feel wrong. It's if the queen was not on f3, then you could maybe argue that the next move could be bishop f3. However, yeah, I don't see it. This is way too slow.
Honestly, I would even go that far to suggest queen d1 in this position. Yeah, it looks so ridiculous, but just to get bishop e2 and short castle.
You surprised me with that statement, because if queen d1 is the best move in this position,
yeah, it's
hurts.
not a great sign, and also here it looks like black is just better, like e5, and then even e4 could come in some case, like e5 bishop e2. I don't know where the bishop goes, maybe to d6, short castle, and black will get knight c5, maybe e4. So
Oh my, yeah, no, I don't want that. Felix, please, pick something else.
I'm trying. I'm trying my
No,
best
no,
here.
let's do check g3.
Yeah,
Check g3.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, if what happens here?
What do we do? Do we go knight c5, e5? I think knight e5 we discussed before. I don't think this is exactly what you want to do with black.
Yeah, here knight e5, I would just go back queen e2, and then I have this idea with bishop f4.
Yeah.
So maybe just knight c5, threatening knight b3.
Yeah, that's a very healthy idea. And now, should I go bishop f4?
And if e5?
Yeah, my idea is to go bishop g5.
Okay.
Basically, I want to be prepared on knight b3 with rook a2 somehow. I could actually start with rook a2 now that I think about it as well.
Instead of bishop f4.
Bishop f4, yeah. Instead of bishop f4, I could go rook a2. Let me go rook a2. I just want to see what's going on.
Yeah, that's actually a typical motive in the Benoni structure, to play rook a2, then followed often by rook e2, just to get some play on the e file as well. So that might come in handy later on, but what can I do here? Okay, that's just if e5, you could argue that now you can play bishop g5 with maybe a better version.
Yeah, or just bishop g2 very slowly.
Okay,
also.
let's go e5. It looks like it's right.
And after bishop g2, you have what in mind exactly?
You know, I'm already thinking about some breaks like e4, but it might be a bit too early for that. Because I guess you can just
I'm gonna take it, yeah.
Yeah, that might be a bit too early. So
I think slightly too early. I think so.
So where do I go? Where do I go with my bishop? Do I go to e7 or do I go to d6?
Probably both is actually good. Let's go bishop d6 just to see what's going to happen after castle. I guess you castle yourself. I mean, what do I even do with white pieces?
Bishop
to
g5
get some
maybe?
play? Bishop g5 here, yeah, bishop g5 here. But now could I go knight d7 or followed by something like f5 also in the future? But yeah, not sure. Yeah, actually not sure. Maybe I'm slightly misplaying this with black actually.
Even this looks pretty nice, huh? Like, as you said, f5, e4 might come.
Yeah, but also be careful about the d5 square.
Yeah, but for now you cannot develop the knight also from d2, because then the bishop on g5 would get trapped. So do you have to go back with the bishop from g5 to c1, or are you playing without the knight on d1? I think you have to
playing without any pieces.
Yeah, you have to decide between either of those two. options.
I'm suffering. The suffering is never ending. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
actually a big problem, the piece development here.
Yeah, no, even this, even though maybe we just played some very logical moves, of course there were some other moves possible, but even here this is difficult for white.
Yeah.
And it turns out in this position actually we prefer knights over bishops. Would you agree?
Yeah, I guess it mostly has to do with the c5 square.
Yeah.
And I guess the dark squares here play a bigger role than the light squares, because yeah, white doesn't really have any entry squares along the light squares. Everything is protected, and black does have the nice center, yeah. And I think that's the main thing. Black does have a pawn break with his pawn majority, which is f5 followed by e4, and white on the other end has the pawn majority on the queen side, but this majority is basically useless because it's fully blockaded by black's beautiful knight on c5, which
Very useless.
yeah makes
Very
it hard
useless
for white
majority, yeah.
to actually find like a constructive plan in this position.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, let's yeah, I don't know. I think yeah, Gukash is also not very happy. I wonder what's Lila's best move in the original position though. It is G3 actually, yeah. It is G3, okay.
It is g3, okay.
I mean, also checking probability of black winning. That's very funny. Like G3 is of course the probability of black winning is 23%, while anything else is already above 40%. Yeah, like even bishop G5. Why is bishop G5 in front of bishop F4? It's funny.
Bishop g5 at which moment?
Instead of sorry, in the original position where we played G3. I'm just checking Lila's Lila's ideas, and somehow I don't understand. Okay, she doesn't like any moves. She basically doesn't like anything else but G3.
Okay.
Knight D2, you could argue it's a second possibility, but anything else she doesn't like. I mean, even G4, it's an option, but she doesn't like it.
Okay.
So I think G3 is very logical. So after G3, we went knight C5, yeah. But here, maybe let's figure out something else for white.
Yeah, you you
I
suggested
went
rook
rook
a2.
A2, yeah.
What else?
Oh wow, Lila would just go bishop G2.
And give the exchange, or
Um,
bishop g2, knight
I
b3. You
think
can also
so.
take on b7, maybe. No.
Oh, first you take on b7, maybe, yeah. Maybe first we take on b7, and after queen b7, bishop b7, rook b8,
You have
bishop
to
c6,
check, yeah?
king d8, yeah.
And now bishop
We
b2.
get, yeah, bishop b2, or you could argue even bishop f4, yeah.
Yeah, just attacking the rook on b8, yeah.
I think both is good at this point, but maybe bishop f4 slightly better. Okay, yeah. Okay, so actually knight b3 is not even a threat after bishop g2. That's very important.
Yeah.
Because we don't lose the tempo. Yeah, okay.
I mean, still, I guess black can and maybe should continue with like e5 and not go knight b3.
Of course. And after e5, I think we castle.
Yeah, and now, yeah, let's maybe go again to d6.
Well. What do we have then?
Seems pretty similar to before. I mean, you don't have this move rook a2, but
It might be important. The tempo up and down here, like we said, it might be very important.
yeah.
I could also play for some tricks like bishop h6 in the future or now. Give me some tricks. I want tricks.
Bishop h6, but I think I'll just castle, right?
No, wait, I will play bishop g5. Sorry.
Bishop g5, okay, knight d7 again.
Every move He's a suffering.
Yeah, again, you have the problem with the knight on b1. It cannot really develop because knight d2, just h6, and the bishop is most likely to get trapped here.
I'm trying to find something. I'm trying to find a play, but it's hard.
What if you like bishop g5? Yeah,
It's maybe too much, yeah.
let's just try maybe knight d2 here.
Mm-hmm.
I guess short
Yes.
castle.
Yes, let's do that.
And now I want my knight to reach e4. So I'll try this kind of typical idea with g4 here.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. And if I go, let's say, maybe I start with something like rook a e8, would that be an option?
Yeah, my idea was to just get g5, then you have to go to d7.
Yes.
And now knight e4, maybe.
And now after 94, you're saying that...
At least I traded
Yeah,
this knight,
okay.
queen e4, knight c5, and now I don't know where I'm going, maybe to e2 back.
You could go to d5, maybe, as well.
I was worried
But,
about the d3 pawn, but
oh, nah.
you could also take on b7, but
Maybe it's not good enough. Yeah, so let's go back to
e2,
e2 maybe.
or to f. If I go to f3, then I didn't want to allow e4. That was my main thing. So that's why I would suggest.
Yeah, let's go to e2, but I will still go something like f5, no?
F5.
Would that be an idea?
It's definitely an idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to think about it. So.
Yeah, but if I take, how do you take back? With a rook, or probably, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I could argue with the rook. Yeah.
I mean, now the bishop at least potentially has the square on e4.
Yeah, absolutely. And now these squares are better, and this bishop on d6 is a bit annoying. I need to go e4, but the position is opening up. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it might still be that black has like a crushing attack here. If e4 comes, I mean, rook g6 is there, so all of black's pieces are joining the attack. It still might be pretty bad for white here, but
It's very unpleasant somehow. Yeah. No, the position in general, in the original position, is very unpleasant, and so many calculations to be made. But however, yeah, you could argue that here we're getting somewhere with white pieces.
Arguably, yeah, but...
And that's important. That's the plan. Like, I don't really need to be better. I just need to get somewhere.
Yeah,
with my pieces.
I guess there's also a point in not going knight e4 right away, but maybe queen e2 first, so that when I go knight e4, I can recapture with the bishop. That might be a better idea.
Okay. No, like honestly, these are not really my type of positions because I easily blunder, as you guys seen. I easily blunder some things very, very fast, especially in fast calculations. So g4, very, very nice plan by Felix. I like it. That's why maybe also Gukesh is considering playing it immediately.
Yeah, that's
from the start.
That's an option. Yeah, definitely. Also, it might like throw off thing a little bit, even though of course g4 is extremely risky to play it right away without having any of the minor pieces developed.
But we could argue this is Gukesh's style somehow. Yeah, he likes to play g4 in general.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, I mean, I would say Gukesh in general is quite an aggressive player. So the only question that begs to be answered is who is actually attacking here, because yeah, g4 looks like it's an attacking move, but it's actually black's pieces who are already developed. So
fair, very fair. Yeah, that's a very good argument. It's almost like a defensive move, you would say,
yeah,
and to protect all the squares. around the king side, because that's important for the development. Also, it allows bishop g5 to happen later in the game. And then after the knight moves to d7, it is not trapped on g5, as it can go to h4 and g3.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is a good argument to go g4 immediately.
So you mean that after g4, let's say, I think, but after g4 we also had the idea of knight e5, yeah, when the knight might appear on f4.
No, I agree.
So that's,
I don't like g4, but I'm just trying to make an argument that
yeah,
it's a very interesting way to play.
It is a good argument. Like, but let's say we have the same like before, as you pointed out. Now white does have this extra move g4, which anyway we wanted to make in the other position as well. Now I'm just thinking, we had the move g3, right? Knight c5.
Yeah.
And now we had bishop g2. Can I go with black also queen e5 check? Because you will have to move the king.
Okay, let me get. We have so many sidelines here, so I'm just gonna get to that position. Okay, queen e5 immediately.
And then I just want to go back with the queen. Just
let's just show. So queen e2 is not possible because of knight d3, yeah?
Yeah.
That's very adorable. But I'm not really afraid of king f1, no?
A king f1. But if king f1, I go back to c7 and then I just go e5. And I'm arguing that, yeah, your king would be better castle than on f1.
Which is a fair point. Why is chess so hard sometimes, yeah? I mean, again, you could be arguing that, but
how do you get your king out? Do you have to go king g1 h2 or?
No, I'm trying to use some tricks now.
I'm
trying to go bishop f4, e5, bishop e5 somehow,
yeah,
you know, I just...
and I thought you can do that also, but with king d1 after queen e5.
Okay, you want to go king
because
d1.
now your idea works, yeah? Queen c7, bishop f4, e5, and now you can take and go rook e1.
I really don't like my king on d1, but okay.
But now at least I felt like your pieces might come out, yeah? Like black will not manage to get e5, I think. Bishop f4 will come with the tempo.
Which is important. This is very important, I agree. Yeah. And suddenly, even though we have the king on d1, the development is working and white is doing well, as long as white's king is not attacked on d1. Which, thanks to this b5, c4, d3 pawn structure, it cannot be. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, the king is surprisingly safe on d1 here. Yeah.
Very safe there. Okay, yeah. So I mean, queen e5 is a very good example, but I think it's too slow.
Yeah.
Even for black.
Yeah, I agree.
But yes, something that has to be checked, of course, in Gukash's calculation. I mean, you could also argue that Gukash or Dink, sorry, will not play knight c5 immediately.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. I think knight c5 is very likely to happen. Okay.
I guess so, yeah. I think in general his plan will be just to get knight c5, e5, and then bishop d6, unless he sees something concrete with knight e5.
Yeah. Somebody said after bishop g2, queen e5, king d1, queen c7, which you don't usually want to go queen c7. But bishop f4, e5, takes, rook e1, and let's say knight f e4.
Yeah, but that's a good point.
It is a very good point, because if we take d takes e4, suddenly this d3 will be very powerful.
So maybe I can go knight d2 first, after knight f e4.
Yeah, you could. What can I do now? I was hoping I could have some knight c3 check, but somehow I don't.
Yeah, I just go to c2, yeah.
It's very safe. So I would have to... What would I have to do? f5, yeah?
I guess f5, but now I take, and now you don't have d3 anymore, because I can take on f5 and you're pinned down.
Yeah. Good.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
so chess is complicated.
fair point. Yeah, this should have been mentioned. Yeah, knight fe4, and it seems
Yeah.
like knight d2 is quite important since, as you pointed out, Laura, d takes e4, d3 looks pretty unpleasant. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, like if as black you go queen e5 and after king d1 you have to return back with the queen, and if the king is very safe on d1, there's no argument to do that, I think, right?
Probably. I mean, it's not fully obvious if the king is that happy on d1. At least my human mind is telling me the king should always be on g1 and the rook on f1. Especially in this Benoni position, like I've never seen the king just being tucked away on d1. It's very, very unusual. But you might have a point, yeah. Like if black goes back to c7, I'm not sure, but maybe white can just develop like slowly.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's safe at this point, but yeah, you never know where some dramatic things can happen as well. So yeah, I don't know. It's too difficult for me. Not enough coffee in my system for me to evaluate that, you know. But yeah, let's leave queen e5 alone for some time.
Yeah, it's just an idea, which is
It's a very good idea that needs to be checked, of
yeah.
course, by both players, and that's why Lukasz is also thinking to either put the bishop on g2 or not. Is it safe or not? To put something else on d2 first, to play rook a2. This is why maybe rook a2 is a very healthy move. After knight c5, you just avoid checks, you avoid knight b3. You know what I mean? Instead of, so after g3, knight c5, rook a2.
Yeah, it's on the board.
Oh, wait, yeah, you can see my moves. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess you could argue then Gukesh is also considering rook a2 to be a safe move.
Yeah, it also does like nullify black's plan with queen e5. It just doesn't work here. So that's another
Yeah.
upside of that move. But as you said, Lila suggested bishop g2, right?
Sorry.
Lila suggested bishop g2, right? It was Lila's first move instead of rook a2 to go bishop g2.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. She wants to go bishop g2. She doesn't want to waste any time here, which very understandable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We cannot actually see any other lines with Lila, just the main one that she's thinking. Well, at least on this website of hers. So yeah, I cannot tell you more about it. I'm just reading the notations. But yeah, I think Gukesh is in deep thought right now. I mean, knight c5 is a serious, almost a threat, you would say.
Yeah, and honestly, like I'm not sure what he expected would happen. I mean, or what he missed. Because after he played b5, it was kind of obvious that the knight would come to c5. Maybe he just overestimated his position. He thought that the light squared bishop will be powerful and will make up for the dark squared weaknesses. But it turns out that's yeah, not fully the case, it seems.
Also, he probably made almost the only moves. He thought these were the only moves to be played. And he said, let me make these moves and think later.
Yeah, and
I mean, for him, d3 was the most logical, I guess, instead of c5. And after a5, I mean, b5 is the most logical response.
It is, yeah. I cannot blame anyone for going b5. Yeah, the computer move, as you said, Lila wanted to take on a5.
It's crazy. Let's check it, actually. What?
I mean,
what? I don't get it.
It does make some sense because black does not get this bind now with knight bd7 and knight c5, and also the b line opens up when the pawn on b7 will actually be quite a big target. But it just feels unlogical to take here, especially considering the fact that white hasn't even developed any of his pieces.
Yes, develop nothing, and that's the problem. If he had some development, you could say, okay, I'm gonna open the b file, like if the knight was on d2 or something, or if there was bishop on g5, or I don't know, or even on e2 at this point, something, just something out of the starting position. But here it's crazy that Lila would just take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think b5 is just very logical, very, very logical, and now we are in this pickle.
Yeah, and Gukesh is probably not that happy now, yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course he can't be happy, and yeah, it's hard. It is. I mean, g3 very logical, like you said, g4 even.
Yeah, g3
I don't
or,
see. I
or
don't see
g4.
anything else than g3. What else would you play?
I mean, can you go bishop e2 right away? I know that it looks wrong, but
Just look on.
at least from e2 the bishop protects the pawn on d3, which is kind of an upside of it.
Yeah. I do agree. Okay, after knight c5.
Anyway, you go knight c5, yeah.
Yes, I do not care.
I thought you will hunt down my queen with knight e5.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Yeah.
But anyway, I was looking forward to that. So knight c5
Okay.
is an unpleasant surprise. Okay, let me castle. You're going e5 again, or?
No, I'm actually considering knight b3 now.
Knight b3.
But it's maybe something I don't want to do.
Yeah, now
right
I
now.
just go rook a2, and
Yeah.
I thought I would somewhat already be celebrating if you
It's
capture.
already celebrating. I'm not gonna capture it yet, but no, I guess you're right. I do not need to go knight b3. Let me go e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bishop g5 is again the same issue. You just go back to d7.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody in the chat also suggested we will check that later. Instead of bishop e2, a4 immediately,
Yeah,
followed by bishop e3.
I was thinking about the same idea here, just to go a4, bishop
Oh,
a3.
also here. Yeah, actually very good. Yeah.
But
Very good.
it just feels so wrong. Black has so many ideas.
So many ideas, but if he's not fast enough, I think white is fine.
If I just go bishop d6, allow bishop a3, and now, I don't know, maybe even knight fd7 to be able to recapture with the knight.
Yeah, that's good. Or you could also argue e4 would be an option immediately for black.
That's of course another possibility. I was just wondering if I can just stay like this and
you just want to stay like this and claim that you're happy.
Yeah, even though you might take on c5 and go knight d2, and then if you manage to get knight d4, I think you're back in the game.
I agree. Because now this bishop from e2 will somehow get to f3, and then I'm happy.
Yeah, if you get knight d4, yeah. If knight d4 is not in time, let's say white does like a zero move here, f5, and now knight d4 will not come, I think this could be...
This is dangerous. Yeah, this is now very dangerous. Yeah, followed by rook e8, maybe even rook f6. e4 is the most dangerous approach, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, but if I go knight e4 after castles, what if f5 happens anyway?
Yeah, you take on c5 and bishop c5. I thought that even though black's position is probably still more pleasant, that the opposite color bishops give some chances for white. I would even think about some b6 ideas here, like just to open up the b file. Probably doesn't work here, but maybe it does.
And after bishop b6?
Yeah, now just rook b1. And now you cannot move the bishop, and I want to go rook b5 next.
Oh, you're going rook b5. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, so if I go something like very defensive, like rook b8, rook a b8.
Yeah, maybe you're in time to consolidate again.
Yeah, go back to
c5. Are
c5.
you rook b5? Bishop c5, I have queen d5, so...
Yeah, queen d5, yeah.
And otherwise I'll go rook b1 next. Even c5 might be a big threat already.
Yeah, okay, you have a point. Yeah, maybe instead of rook b8, I should go rook f7. But that does something again I do not want to do.
Rook f7, yeah.
Yeah, rook f7, the idea is, of course, that bishop c5 works. But then I don't have b6, I don't know. This is hard. Chess is hard.
Yeah,
This is
this
difficult.
might still work, yeah.
But you're right. I mean, this gives a lot of chances for white because now there are no knights on the board anymore, and we do have opposite color bishops, even though it's still dangerous. I think this does give white nice chances. Especially, I like this b6. I love it, in fact. I don't care about my pawn as long as I get my rook to b5 and um, and I'm annoying to my opponent
Yeah,
for that.
yeah. I mean, you probably also don't have to go for that. Like, you could also think about getting the bishop to f3 somehow. Not sure if white is in time. But whenever the bishop appears on f3 or even on d5, it seems like white should be somewhat okay. Even though, of course, still black always has the idea with rook e8 and d4. When the bishop is on d5, it seems like white is somewhat active.
Yeah. Okay. So
So a4,
yeah.
was one idea.
Let's go a4 immediately. Yeah. We have so many signed lines here. I'm so confused, we're lost. I'm lost in all these files. Especially it's only move 10 and both players now Gukesh is in a huge thing. In fact, he has 59 minutes. Does that mean he's spending almost an hour for his move?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
And the players are finally catching up on time again.
What is going on today? It's a weird day today.
Yeah.
55 minutes, I think, spent by Gukesh on this move.
Yeah, it's so surprising. Like when Ding was spending that much time for his fourth and fifth move, I thought that he will not survive for long, because it also kind of means that he's not feeling well and that he's lacking confidence if he's spending that much time on his moves. But now all of a sudden the game has totally turned around. Gukesh is thinking for so long as well. So now anything can happen in the game.
Absolutely. In fact, yeah, I don't know how things are turning around so quickly. I mean, I was so worried about Ding, especially thinking for fourth move, knight f6, and now suddenly we have this beautiful knight c5. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Chess is hard. This is the only argument I can find today. But okay, let's do check a4 on 11th move. Are we going knight c5 anyway, or are we going e5? I honestly like e5 because after bishop a3, even if it doesn't happen now, I could argue bishop b4. I don't know if it works, but it's cute.
Yeah, that's one idea, yeah. Because white probably doesn't want to take the pawn.
I would say so.
He doesn't want to take the bishop, because now a4 is also weak, knight c5 is coming.
Knight c5, yeah. Exactly, knight c5, yeah.
I mean, a4 right away, again, it feels like white really wants to get his king to safety. And a4 just doesn't help with that.
Not natural. No, not natural.
It would be more natural to do it like after g3, bishop g2, or after bishop e2, short castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Laurie, you made a great point. The bishop b4 move is one one possible issue with this. Yeah, it just looks sad for white.
Yeah, no, this is very tough. In fact, I'm not playing this game, but I'm just tired for thinking from both sides.
The thing is, now we're seeing like a long thinking and from both players, and it might even be boring for some of the viewers. But you have to think what will happen later, and what will happen later is that both players will be in pretty serious time trouble, and that it's gonna be super exciting to watch.
I don't find this game to be boring at all. I mean, what is boring is that they're spending so much time on
Yeah,
their moves.
that's what
That's
I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing that you could say that it's boring, but yeah, we will see excitement soon. That means exactly that. I mean, it's move 10. They both have less than 1 hour, and they don't have increment till move 40, so
Yeah.
30 moves to make, and they have 55 minutes or even 50 minutes, which means they will have to be blitzing at some
Yeah.
point, which is going to be very exciting. But we need to wait together, you know. Actually, we could say that players are thinking of us, viewers. They just want to make it exciting, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They're absolutely thinking about that, yeah.
For sure.
Totally
Yeah.
in their mind. Um, but yeah, I think honestly, Felix, after knight bd7, I'm just waiting for g3 to be played.
Yeah.
I don't, or okay, or bishop e2. You're right, bishop e2
G3 or
also.
bishop e2 seem like the moves to go. Yeah.
Do not go bishop g5 like I did, because queen e5 loses a piece. That's the only tip to Gukesh that I'm going to give. But any other move is good enough for me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What else? What else? Yeah, g4, actually, g3, g4, oops, immediately, and bishop e2 are moves that I find very healthy. So
Yeah.
please,
Absolutely. And
if we see queen d1, it's just going to be funny, though.
yeah, but it's not like fully out of the question because the queen
No,
is somewhat
no,
misplaced on f3.
it is, yeah,
And
it is.
but
I would prefer to have it on e2 than d1, but
yeah, of course, if you want to get g3, yeah. Queen
yeah.
d1 was just my suggestion if you want to get bishop e2 without the queen being stuck on f3. And also it does protect possibly against knight b3. But
Yeah, wow. They just decided to use this match as preparation for the Blitz World Championship in a few weeks. Yeah. Basically,
are they both playing actually?
I think Dink said no. Gukesh said he will consider after this match,
Yeah, of
depends how
course,
it
yeah.
turns out. That actually his team just put him on the list, but I think Dink said he's not going to play.
Yeah, fair enough.
G3!
G3 has been played.
Yay!
Okay, we have an update.
And we're gonna see a fast response by Dink, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Knight
knight
c5
c5.
right
Yeah,
away.
very nice. Good job, Dink. You're
Yeah,
catching up.
Ding is now back in action. I like to see it.
Oh, wow. 1 hour for G3. That's crazy, right?
He spent 1 hour for G3.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Crazy.
I don't know what's happening. This is a weird Sunday happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Weird numbers today. Yeah, but okay, G3, knight C5, and Gukesh decided, of course, after playing G3 to get away from the board. As
Yeah,
I think this
probably
is very
he.
correct.
Yeah, 1 hour of thinking, of pure thinking, does require maybe a small break. Yeah.
Wow, no, yeah, not a small break, yeah. Some snacks, some coffee,
Yeah.
some water. Maybe some sugar directly,
Yeah.
For the brain.
Do you
Wow.
have actually like a strategy when it comes to nutrition during during the games? Like, do you have a certain amount of liquids you want to consume, or a certain diet you follow while you play a game of chess?
I just listen to my body, what it needs, what it craves. Usually, when I'm hungry, I'm not usually hungry during the game, but when I am, I will not restrict myself to eating some fruit like banana, apple, pear, and so on. But usually, yeah, no, usually it's just maybe some chocolate because it's sugary, and it's chocolate is also very good, the cocoa powder for the brain. I don't usually eat nuts, even though apparently they're healthy, but coffee, a lot of water, and some chocolate. And you, Felix?
Yeah, for me it's basically the same. Yeah. Recently I haven't eaten much during the games. Basically like you, sometimes some fruit, dark chocolate as well. So yeah,
Yeah.
it seems like we're agreeing on that.
That's very nice.
But you know,
Um,
there are some chess players. Sorry for interrupting you. That bring these huge baskets of whatever it is. Like there are some,
bags even,
yeah,
bags of
bags. Yeah,
fruits and nuts, and then they just have the whole meal during the game.
yeah, yeah,
But apparently, yeah, nuts are very healthy to eat during the game, even though um, fats from the nuts and slowly gets, yeah, I mean, the brain takes them in much slower, but they last longer. So
yeah,
it's better than sugar and chocolate, but sometimes you just need something very fast. And wait for it to fall down again and then have something quickly. But I mean, I think most of chess players, we eat some lunch before the game, so it's not a big problem that we're hungry, or that our brain needs a lot of nutrition.
yeah.
Um, so yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting aspect of chess that actually we can eat during the game of chess. I don't think in other sports, you could do that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, in chess you do have some time during the like if it's your opponent's move, for example. That's kind of the opposite in other sports, I would say.
Yeah, okay, except cycling. Yeah, cycling, yeah, they do drink oligohydrates, I think. But I think they still consume it through drinking a lot more than eating. But yeah, cycling is also like 5 hour sport. You could
Hmm.
argue it's similar to chess,
Yeah,
except they
yeah,
spend so many more calories than us. Um, but yes, of course, very good point. Um, they eat full cakes in cycling. Wow, okay, I did not know that. Yeah, muscle
really.
bars, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, chat is giving me a lot of. They eat also noodles in cycling? No way.
That would be great in chess. Yeah, just to like sit at the board and all of a sudden like
There's a meal in front of you, and just
yeah,
like a kebab, somebody said, some ramen, some pizza just in front of you. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Um, no, but of course, I feel like also eating during the game, it's not for me because chess is very stressful sometimes, and when you're stressed, you avoid eating,
yeah.
and that's why I do consume some sugar and energies through liquids instead. It's
Hmm.
better for me. But yes, Felix, wow. Are we gonna see another thing from Gukesh after
Yeah,
knight c5?
that's a bit surprising again. Yeah, he spent 1 hour for g3, and after
Ah, he's
knight c
not, yeah.
and after knight
Sorry.
c5 he's thinking again, right? Or am I
No, he's
missing?
not at the board. I
Still
think.
not at the board. Okay, okay.
No, I think he just decided to have a rest. His brain needs a rest. And I think, Felix, that happens to us as well when we think too much and you just said it's enough. I need a break. Does that happen to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Usually I try to have this break after the time control. Of course, if it's possible before that, if I'm not in time trouble, then usually I'm walking around actually quite a lot during the game. Maybe even too much. Because I just really
It's
enjoy the
relaxing.
yeah, I enjoy the atmosphere in the playing hall mostly.
Absolutely.
I'm interested in some other games, but it's probably not the most professional mindset. I mean, um, it reminds me of the story of Viktor Korchnoi, that
Oh
he
yeah.
was just sitting on the board no matter what for 5 6 hours straight, like not getting up a single time for whatever.
Yeah, and also I don't know exactly which chess player, grandmaster it was, but he was always at the board, except when he was winning, he stood up, and that's when you knew it was over, when he stood up.
Yeah,
I
it
can't
rings a bell. Yeah,
remember.
it
Yeah, I
rings a
can't
bell.
remember who it was, but I remember this story, and I was like, wow, I want to be that, When
Yeah.
I stand up, it's over. But of course, no, I think it is a professional mindset. I think all grandmasters walk during the game, not only to check other games, but mostly to relax and take a break from their own thinking, which
Yeah.
is very important. You need to spend your energy correctly during a very long game of chess. So yeah, that's why I'm a bit worried for both players. I mean, it's only move 10, 11. No, actually it's 30 now. No, which move is it? It's 12, yeah?
Now it's Gukesh's 12th move, yeah.
It will be Gukesh's 12 move, yeah?
And he
played
did play
bishop
bishop g2, yeah.
Now he's back at the board, bishop g2 immediately, of course. Lila suggestion, but I'm worried because they spend a lot of energy already in first 12 moves. Do they have anything left for the next 30 plus moves?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, I mean, I think at some point also the adrenaline will kick in, and all of their energy reserves, which are left after this already very long and tiring match, will just kick in, and there's just the stakes are just so high. So
Yeah.
usually what happens
Yeah.
is the players will keep their energy until the end of the match. Just whatever energy resources they got left, they will try and burn it for the match. And when the match is over, they will just probably stay in bed for like 2 or 3 weeks. And yeah,
That sounds fun.
I don't mean it in a fun way. I think they will just be
So tired, yeah.
burnt out, tired.
No, it is true. Like it's physically and mentally very exhausting match. Always preparing, always repeating lines, then thinking in these new positions, even though we've been chess players for so long. However, for example, this position, I don't think it's ever been played at all, you know? In That's why chess is more than a game, you know, it's also art. You have to connect all your knowledge to something new every single game, because in every game you will get different position than the one before and the one before. And you can never learn the game of chess truly, fully. And you need to learn how to understand all the moves, and it's very hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, it's you're right, you know. I would love after chess tournament is over to lay in bed for 1 week.
Yeah.
It's not possible, but I would love it.
Yeah.
It's something that sounds fun to me because of course I love my rest. But yes, after bishop g2, what are we expecting from Ding, Felix? Do we
Yeah.
expect e5?
E5 is quite the obvious move, but I still think that Ding is considering. I mean, knight b3 first of all has to be considered, but he will probably figure out pretty soon that it does allow too much counterplay with queen takes b7. And the other thing, so e5 is the most obvious, I would say, but queen e5 also has been considered because I don't think it's that obvious for white just to tuck away the king on either d1 or f1. But Gukesh, it seems like has figured it out that this is just the best shot he has in this position.
Yes. No, this is a very good point. Also, queen e5, I forgot we also consider that. And Ding needs to decide what he thinks is best play for him. I think also Ding feels that he's doing well, but he needs to be very precise.
Yeah, absolutely. And this would be an interesting moment to see what Lila suggests if you have it open.
Of course.
Because I'm curious to see if queen e5 is one of the possible candidates, since it does seem very interesting.
Yeah, so Lila does love e5 the most, but she also does like knight f d7 immediately, or even e6.
Okay.
However, queen e5 is fourth recommendation.
Okay, and after that, king d1, is it still?
King d1, yeah,
is
then
the
knight
response.
knight fd7 would be Lila's suggestion, and after knight d2 back queen c7, and rook e1 e6, bishop b2, and she does like white's position. I mean, she gives it 30% of winning chances, while 23% of black's winning. So basically 50% chances of a draw, which would be a very fighting game. I would love to see queen e5.
Yeah, it would make it even more unstandard. Yes. But I guess the Ding will realize that it does complicate matters kind of unnecessarily. And I don't think that's really in his spirit.
No, yeah, and also I mean knight b3, like you said, needs to be considered, needs to be calculated, because you could think that Gukesh is actually bluffing. But yeah, I don't think so. I honestly think that the Dink thought of rook a2 more than bishop g2.
Yeah,
And that's why he's thinking right now.
yeah, that could easily be. Maybe before he just saw knight b3 is there and therefore just considered rook a2.
Yeah, I would say so. So let's check what he's thinking after knight b3, because we did say queen b7 takes, but I said rook b8, but we didn't check rook a7, which might be better.
Rook a7. Yeah, but still bishop c6 check.
Yeah, the thing is that now I cannot attack your rook.
Yeah, but I thought that white is also very, very happy to reach a position like this here.
And after e5, you would say, yeah, this.
Just castle and then maybe play for some f4. Maybe f4 right away can also be considered, just to undermine the pawn on d4. But yeah, this seems like
good enough. I mean, this looks like, yeah, I love this bishop on c6. I love my pawn on b5. In fact, if I get my bishop out from a1, I think I'm winning.
Yeah, I mean, this would definitely look like something went terribly wrong for black, considering the position he was in before.
Yeah, so I guess I just wanted to check rook a7. So I don't think knight b3 will be played. That would be a huge, huge surprise.
Yeah.
So e6, e5, I think are two logical moves. I think knight fd7 doesn't need to be played. So I think it's not going to happen.
e5 is very logical.
Yeah, very logical. You just protect d4, you
Yeah.
will develop your bishop, you will castle. I mean, I don't know. Could he be considering long castle?
I was thinking about it before, but somehow if white then manages to open the queen side, even again with the pawn sacrifice like b6, it might yeah, go wrong. And knight fd7 was Ding's choice.
Yes. Okay. I mean, that's a very good choice, because again, you're prepared for e5, you're prepared for e6, maybe even, queen e5,
Yeah,
like in the
and
future.
95 is now a big threat.
Also. Oh, wait.
So
Again, yeah, this is our pawn will be hanging. Very good.
so what does white actually do about that? I mean,
The question is, do we go bishop f4?
yeah, but after
No,
bishop
but then e5,
e5
yeah.
and you yeah, basically lose the tempo. I like knight fd7 now that I
I
think
do
about
like
it.
it. Yeah, now that I see this 95 idea, I didn't even consider it before, but this looks great.
And what does white do about it?
Do I move the queen? No. That's too slow.
Yeah, then anyway, 95. I mean,
Right, yeah, 95 is just coming, yeah. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, this is difficult now.
yeah.
Crazy. Okay, I mean, I could say that I wanted to say that I could castle and after knight e5 play something like queen f4.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But after, I don't know, after rook d8, rook d1, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But
Yeah.
it's possible. What are you going to play after queen f4?
Yeah, rook d8, rook d1 is of course a thing.
Again, many complications.
Let me try something funny. I'll go rook d8, rook d1, and now I'll go h6.
Rook d8, rook d1, h6. Ha. You think you're funny, huh?
I think I am, yeah. I cannot hide the fact.
I will go g4, I think.
And if I go g5, you will go
I will
back
go
to
queen
g3.
g3. Yeah, I'm going queen g3.
Yeah. It did, again, weaken your dark squares. The question is if I can make use of it. Like now, maybe e6, bishop d6. I don't know. Yeah, if f4, I have knight g6, so you cannot do that.
I mean, I can, because I will play queen f. I know I cannot. No,
Yeah,
you're
then I'll
right.
take
I
on
cannot.
f4, yeah.
I just can't. I just can't. Oh wow! Look at my rook on a1, knight on b1, bishop on c1, and rook on d1, just like out of the game completely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So sad. Yeah, this looks tough. Honestly, this looks very tough. Yeah, let's not do that. But he did castle,
Gukesh
yeah.
did castle, yeah.
Woohoo, Gukesh, let's go!
And Ding played 95 immediately, right?
We're gonna see what's going to happen. By the way, apparently castle was the best move.
Okay.
By computers. It was maybe even the only move. Let me check that.
Yeah, it does make sense, yeah. Otherwise,
It
knight
was the
f5 is
only
just
move.
kind of
It
crushing.
was the only move. Yeah, and after 95, queen f4, in fact, is probably also the only move.
Okay, that does make sense.
But you're right. I mean, I don't get it. What did we miss?
Yeah, I mean, Black has so many ideas after queen f4. He doesn't have to go for rook d8. He could also maybe think about taking on d3. But like knight takes d3, queen takes d4, and now something like rook d8 or...
I think you're giving me too many possibilities here, because I do have a bishop pair.
Yeah, but I will take on c1 most likely, and then again play for the dark squares. But
I mean, I will go queen e4. I mean, how are you going to play?
Queen e4 here, or maybe knight
Yeah.
c5. I mean, yeah, it's probably what White would be happy to see, but
I don't know. I just like it now. Its activity is very important to me, and I like it now.
yeah,
for
you've
White.
gotten active,
Queen
but
e3.
still, Black is, strategically speaking, is doing very well because of this square on c5 and these pawns here.
No, you could say that.
Yeah, like here or something like e6, I thought Black still looks pretty good, but yeah, of course, I think it would be in Ding's interest not to complicate matters. Because here, as you said, the position is opening up, and
I mean, I can go bishop b2, I can go bishop f4, then my knight is coming to c3, maybe I have some knight d5 ideas in the future.
Yeah.
Maybe even b6 followed by knight b5. I don't know, I just feel like you're giving me so many ideas, and I don't like that for Black. I think we could do better, that's what I'm saying.
So rook d8 was the other suggestion.
I mean, I guess. I could also argue queen d6.
Queen d6, yeah.
Kind of saying I can take now. Later, I will be able to take with any knight because my queen is protected. Wow, this is difficult.
But now no, rook d1 still. Not sure.
Really, still. And I have so many ideas with Black as well. Like I can go e6. I can follow your h6 idea.
Yeah, and I also have a hard time even seeing what I will do with White on the next move, honestly.
Yeah, if I just go h6, what are you going to play? This is hard.
Okay, I just hope I don't have to go for something like bishop f1. But now it's even losing by force, because if I want to protect the pawn like this, g5 comes and my queen is probably trapped.
Yeah. No, I'm just sorry. I'm just reading the chat because people are saying queen d5, but I don't know for who. Where is queen d5 in the original position? Queen d5 could also be a possibility, I guess, instead of queen f4.
Aha. So that might be what Gukesh is thinking about. Queen d5 with the idea of rook d8 and now b6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
So yeah, rook d8 b6. Yeah, that's cute. That's very adorable. Ah, okay, okay. That makes also things. Queen f4 though.
Queen f4 is what Kukash played.
But very good spot by chat. Queen d5 is very interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe more dramatic.
Still, it looks so hard to play for white somehow. Black has so many interesting options here.
Yeah, but yeah, Queen f4. Basically, I like Queen d6, but also Rook d8 is so natural.
Yeah.
I really don't want to take here. I don't want to. I want to check Lila's suggestion. If even taking on d6 is an, sorry, d3 is an option, but I know Lila also
No,
doesn't like it as much.
G6 could also be an idea.
Yes, it is.
I don't know what is Lila's favorite choice, but I also like G6 here.
In fact, Lila also likes g6. I mean, she does prefer Rook d8. However, g6, it's her second suggestion. I wanna check it. And after Queen d4, Bishop g7, yeah?
Yeah.
And you're just saying, whoopla.
Yeah, it looks. Honestly, I don't even see what white can do. It.
I mean, I go King h1 first.
King h1, and if I just castle?
Yeah, now I need to think about playing Bishop b2.
And I still don't have any discoveries yet.
You don't have discoveries, but you can take on d3 now, though, right?
Yeah. It looks really bad for white.
But I can go b6 and like try.
You're hanging on somehow, yeah? Rook d8 is things move.
It is logical. The Rook d8 is very logical, and I guess now we're gonna see how white will play after Rook d8. Do we have to go Rook d1, and do we have something else?
I guess white could throw in b6 as well, but it might make things only worse. I'm not sure.
Ah, yeah, you're right. b6. We could throw in b6.
But then Queen d6 and what then?
I have no idea. This is a wild game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but look at Black's development. The bishop is still on f8, king is on e8. There's two knights in the center, e5 and c5. Pawn on d4, both knights attacking d3. White has not developed any piece on the queen side. He managed to castle though, so at least that. Oh my, this is very well positioned. Wow. I think both players are under some pressure now.
Yeah, especially if you look at the clock.
What else? What else? I think Rook d1 is very logical. Played as well.
He did play it, yeah.
Yeah, oh, here... in fact, that's not a good move.
What else could white have done?
Felix, find a move instead of Rook d1.
A non-human move, I assume, right?
I think it's not logical, yeah. It's knight d2.
Knight d2.
Knight d2. I'm gonna check also Stockfish engine because I'm curious what Stockfish thinks, but...
Okay, I want to play against Stockfish here. Knight d2, I will just take the pawn. Knight c takes d3. I don't see any competition at all.
Queen e4.
Knight
boom.
And if I don't see it yet, knight c5.
b6.
I still don't see it.
And after queen d6, queen e2. White is better slightly, in fact.
That's insane.
That's so
I still don't fully get it. Like if I play e6 here.
Rook b1.
Rook b1.
Yeah.
And what's your plan? Like bishop e7? I'm a pawn up, right? Or am I
knight e4. Yeah, you are a pawn up. In fact, it's a very healthy pawn on d4, right?
Knight e4 takes.
Queen e4.
Still don't get it. Knight c6.
I know. This is ridiculous. Rook b5.
Okay, still don't get it. Short castle.
Me neither. I don't know why this is slightly better for white. Rook e1.
And how much is white better? I'm just curious.
No, it's basically +0, 1, +0, 2.
Okay.
It's basically equal.
Yeah,
but
I mean, from a human perspective to understand this is, I think, almost impossible, because it just, to me, it seems like black is just a pawn up here for basically nothing, because also white's pawns
Ridiculous.
are
Yeah.
somewhat weak on the queen side. I guess you could argue they are also strength, because the pawn on b7 is a fixed target for white's bishop on g2. But yeah,
No, I mean, it's not logical. Look at this pawn on d4. I mean,
yeah,
whatever you
exactly.
say, you could argue that yes, b7 is a weakness long term, la la la. However, look at this d4 pawn. Who cares about b7 when you have d4?
Yeah.
I mean, at least in this situation, and I agree, I don't get it. But knight d2 apparently was clearly the best. And after rook d1, Gukesh played g6. No, sorry, Dink played g6. However, this is wrong. Here we should just go e6 and I think develop in a very human way. Let's see what Lila suggests after rook d1. In fact, yeah, she likes e6 a lot.
Yeah, I guess e6 followed by most likely bishop d6 or bishop e7 is logical too. Yeah? I mean, g6 also looks pretty okay. And
I mean, honestly, if you turn on the evaluation on your stream after rook d1, apparently it's basically almost -1 after e6.
Yeah.
Well, g6 is 0-0, yeah?
Yeah, but again, Gukesh has to spot this knight d2 idea, which is far from easy. Let's say it like this.
But it's not the only move now. I think also a4 is also an option apparently, but again, very hard, yeah?
a4 followed by bishop a3, or?
Yes.
And what?
No, followed by b6 as well, yeah.
Okay. So white has to play very dynamically to keep the balance.
Yeah. G6 is logical, you're right.
I was curious. I think I suggested this h6 move here.
Yes,
was it any good, or?
Let's check it. Actually it was better than g6 according to the engines.
Okay.
In fact, it was third best move. e6 was the first one, f6 was the second one, and h6 was the third one. So all the pawn moves on the king side are actually top 4 moves. g6 is the fourth move.
Okay.
So yeah, this is actually h6, very good spot by you, Felix. Yeah, but it's okay. I mean, a6, we had the plan of playing g5. Now we went g6, which is very similar, except we're not going to attack the queen on f4. That's why it's also slightly worse. That was more dynamic. But what do we do with white?
Yeah, hard to say. I mean, knight e2 is just so hard to understand where the compensation is. And if I were white, I would desperately try to hang on to the pawn on d3 somehow, but it just doesn't work out here. White would have to go back with all his pieces to even try and defend the pawn. So at some point it will most likely drop, and white just has to look for the best dynamic possibilities to try and look for compensations.
Absolutely. And there are two moves that I'm actually thinking here from a human perspective. One is, of course, b6. I want to fixate that pawn on b7 as well, so later it can be a weakness. Also basically asking, are you moving the queen to b8, d6? And then I have to calculate if this is, of course, after, let's say, queen d6. Am I losing a pawn on d3, or can I defend it somehow? Which is very annoying.
Or can you sacrifice it somehow? That's
also, yes, I have to consider sacrificing this pawn, but in these sacrifices, I just don't see how.
Yeah, that's the thing. Also before, it wasn't obvious to us at all where the compensation is. I feel like it's kind of the same here as well. That the computer will somehow hold it, but from a human point of view, it's very hard to understand where the compensation lies.
Absolutely, it's very hard, and that's why maybe b6 immediately. I was just trying to figure out if it works. I like a4 because my idea is, of course, to play bishop a3 and immediately take the knight on c5, so my pawn on d3 is not going to be hanging anymore. And if you I don't know, do something. My other idea is to go also b6 followed by knight a3, knight b5.
Yeah.
I want my activity, so I like a4 from white though.
You know, maybe black has another idea to play here. Not bishop g7, but h5. I have the idea of bishop
Ooh.
h6. And
Wow.
your queen does look like it's in a bit of trouble there.
Ouch. This hurts. This does hurt. Okay, okay, okay. But let me try to figure this out. What if I go b6 anyway?
Yeah, you have to do that, probably. And if queen d6, do you play knight a3?
Yes, exactly.
Uh-huh.
And I think knight b5, I'm exactly in time to
Yeah,
figure
if
everything
bishop
out.
h6, knight b5, yeah. And
Yeah.
if I go back to b8?
Don't I have knight c7?
No, no, after b6 right away.
Oh, sorry, yeah, after b6, yeah. But now, wait, actually, very fair point. It's a fair point. This is tough. I was thinking that I could still go knight a3, and after bishop h6, I could take queen h6.
Yeah, this was also not entirely clear, yeah.
I just don't understand what's happening though.
Yeah, I mean d3 is still hanging, but yeah, white does have some play, huh?
Yeah, I do, but I don't. Can we turn on the evaluation? I just want to know what this is.
Sure.
Oh yeah, okay, this
It's
is winning for
completely
black.
winning, but not obvious. I mean, not fully obvious.
No, not fully obvious. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so queen b8, huh?
Queen b8. Yeah, very good. Very good. Very logical. Why is it so difficult to play this position?
Yeah, person in the chat is pointing out that Anish Giri says that g6 is bad because the bishop gives up control of the c5 square if it moves to g7. That's a great point, yeah, but I think most likely it matters if a piece can capture the knight on c5. Then the bishop would most likely like to take back from f8. But I do think that Ding also has some concrete ideas with g6. Like, for example, h5 is one idea. And also the bishop can be very useful on this diagonal. If, as we saw before, white sacrifices the pawn on d3 or just loses it, then the diagonal might just open up. So yeah, Anish of course has a great point as well. But
yeah, but this is a different plan, which also is completely opposite of what would be played if e6 was played. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So both moves are
makes
kind of
sense. Yeah.
different plans, and both have their arguments, I would say.
Yeah, and can we just consider this position after queen b8? I still go knight a3.
Knight a3. Let's say bishop h6.
I will go queen h4.
Yeah, that's of course the square you have left. And okay, I'll take on c1. Rook a c1.
Yes.
Knight
Rook h1.
Knight d takes e5. Knight e takes d3.
Yeah, it's confusing annotation. Yeah, I'm trying to see if knight b5 works, but I don't think so. I think it's too slow.
Yeah, you don't. My king can just go to f8 and seems
yeah,
like
and it's very safe there. I have no trick, so that means I would have to move the rook somewhere.
Let's say to b1 maybe.
b1. Let's. Even though knight a4 is also okay. Yeah, let's go to b1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we could argue rook b5 is coming.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand this position though.
And if I go knight b4, I am dropping some pawns maybe, but still I thought it might be good for black.
Yeah, after rook d4?
Yeah, rook d4. I thought I could maybe castle here.
And
I mean, just in the long run, yeah, the pawn on a4 will probably drop as well, and after that, the pawn on b6 might drop as well. So
I mean, I understand, but somehow this bishop on g2 is going to be playing. Like, I will take rook d8 now. Ah, you're going to take with the queen, I guess. Yeah. You're going to take with the queen. Okay, so I'm not gonna take on d8 immediately. I will go rook bd1. The thing is, I want to take queen e7, and then after I claim that if I take on e7, I have a lot of activity and I don't care about my a pawn.
Yeah, you do have some activity here, definitely. Yeah, I think in general black can never be really worse. That's kind of my intuition, but like I guess most likely you will be able to capture on a4 and then on b6. Even if you're dropping e7 and b7, then it's most likely to be equal. I don't know, just
This
my...
is a very dramatic position. No, yeah, you are right. This is tough though. This is very tough. However, actually, I will just check the relation.
But
Yeah, I
Gukesh
mean
is still thinking, and is he at 25 minutes?
Oh.
And he has, I mean, he has to make one move per minute basically for the rest of the game.
No way, yeah, because it's move 15, there are 25 moves to go. And he has 25 minutes.
Yeah.
This is going to be so dramatic. Oh, wow. Also, he needs to figure out a move. It's hard to figure out the move after g6.
Yeah, it's really hard, yeah, to find something which is even remotely playable here.
Oh my god.
So
this is crazy.
I think soon the game will be heading towards an insane time trouble. So I suggest we take one last very short break so that we're fully ready for everything that will happen once the players will reach time trouble. Yes. So this time it will be a shorter break, something like maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back after the break. So see you soon.
welcome back to the Lichess broadcast of the World Chess Championship match between Gukesh and Ding. Today we have game 11 happening, very, very dramatic game. And oh my, Felix, what happened? We have a4 by Gukesh, right?
Yeah, Kukash did make a move. Still, he has 23 minutes on the clock, which I think is just absolutely insane. We've only seen 16 moves so far, so he has to make 24 more moves. He basically has to play, he has 1 minute per move, maybe even a bit less for the rest of the game. While for Ding, it's also not looking much better, but still, currently he has 10 minutes more than Gukesh. And we've thought before, even though the eval bar indicates that the position is balanced, we thought that it's very hard for White to handle this weak pawn on d3.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, computer didn't like g6 because this a4, b6, knight a3 counterplay. However, Gukesh did find a4. I did also think that was the most logical response because finally I need some counterplay.
Yeah, and
It's
as you said, yeah, b6 followed by knight a3, b5 is definitely the best practical shot which White can give it here.
Yes, and I actually wonder what's the best move. H5 is actually the best move for Black, Felix.
Ah, it is.
Good job. In fact, might be clearly the best move.
Okay. So if Ding is not accurate, it could still go in the other direction, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, for example, Lila just wants to play rook d7 if not h5, which is like, what?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
And you have to explain me one thing. I might sound like a complete beginner now, but you have to explain the word sassy to me. Why is the engine called sassy?
I don't know. Please chat explain.
Please. We're kind of it's by now it's kind of embarrassing to ask that, I feel like, but I need someone to explain it to me.
I mean, is it called Sisi or Sassy? I'm not sure at all how it's pronounced, and also that's completely different engine, yeah?
It is a different engine, or
I think it's completely different engine, but please,
Okay.
if chat, please correct me if I'm wrong.
because I heard even Magnus using that word, and somehow I feel like I'm missing something here.
Me too, but I'm not good with engines, so I just know Lila and I know Stockfish, and basically that's where it stops for me. So this is where we need Matthew, yeah?
So someone in the chat pointed out Sassy is a supercomputer running Stockfish, the Norwegian supercomputer that usually
Okay.
that usually follows Magnus's games. Okay, and is it like public, so everyone can?
Probably, yeah. If it runs Stockfish, it must be public because I think Stockfish is also a free source engine, if I'm correct. So.
Okay, Sassy is just Stockfish on steroids.
I
like
love that
Yeah.
explanation. Okay, it's just the nickname of the guy hosting the site. Okay, good. That's cool. Yeah. So.
Yeah, chat, you saved us. Thank you quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, chat is much more educated apparently than we are, so they should be running this stream as well with these good comments. They're always welcome, so that's great. And wow,
We
Ding
see
played
H5.
H5.
Yeah.
Gee, what is this game? I am impressed. I'm very impressed. Oh wow.
Yeah, me too, and I'm also excited. Yeah, like so many things can happen here.
And also we could check the CC's analysis now. I'm probably again pronouncing it wrong. I will learn that for the next stream, how to pronounce this supercomputer's name. But after H5, somebody said that there's a very weird line followed by, is it B6 or let's see what Lila is thinking. Lila is also thinking about b6, yeah, b6, queen b8, and then queen d2, attacking a5. Okay, let's check that. Queen d2 also, I mean, we are attacking a5, and also we are avoiding bishop h6 because we are already protected on this diagonal. I don't know what's going on, but that makes sense.
You mean after b6 you were
Queen
so
b8, yeah.
queen b8, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I go queen d2.
Queen
apparently.
d2. Okay.
And basically you're letting knight b3 happen. Wow.
You're letting everything happen, yeah? Knight b3, knight d3. I don't understand anything here.
Yeah. B6 is on the board. Gukesh, of course, this is a very logical move. However, after queen b8, I would not find queen d2 to be logical.
Not at all.
Because, okay, of course, I can give d3 pawn. I mean, this pawn will eventually fall. I do not care. However, I do not want to let knight b3 happen.
Yeah.
What?
And what happens after knight b3?
You play queen b2, and after knight a1, you go bishop f4. Obviously.
Obviously, yeah. Of course.
Duh.
and bishop g7 just...
Yeah, bishop g7 and just knight d2 again, obviously.
And short castle, you at some point you will take on a1, I guess.
Yeah, and you take rook a1 apparently, and that's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, white does have some play. Now the pawn on b7 is actually a target, and queen b5 is coming. This pin is a bit annoying.
It is, but as a human, do you play queen d2? If Gukesh plays queen d2, he's not human.
No, queen d2 is pretty crazy. I mean, it does... yeah, bishop h6 is quite a big threat after h5. I mean, after h5, b6, queen b8. But to just go back with the queen is very strange. And I just want to ask what happens if I just take the pawn on d3 and not go for the exchange.
I mean, my guess was that I would take queen a5.
Queen a5, okay. And if, I don't know, bishop g7?
You have to be now slightly careful because queen b5 is...
I'll just go with the king to f8.
King f8 and now bishop a3 or something, right?
Ah, okay, now you're coming out, yeah. And,
Yeah,
and also my pieces are actually
yeah.
in some trouble
I'm coming out beautifully, in fact. I think this is a very beautiful position for white in a long time.
Yeah, and another problem is I cannot take on c1 here because white always has this queen b5 check here.
Whoopsie. Yes, let's not do that. But yeah, very good to point that out, of course. I mean, this is crazy. No, I mean, queen d2, it's just insane. Wow.
Yeah. And is knight a3 that bad already? Because knight a3 somehow seems a bit more natural.
Actually, very good question. Knight a3 is lost after bishop h6. And after queen h4, bishop takes c1, rook a takes c1, and knight e takes d3 like we had before. This is kind of -2.
And rook b1, just to continue our analysis, since we were not entirely sure.
Exactly. In here we said something like a knight b4, but in fact queen e5.
Just protecting e7 and getting ready to castle. Also g5 is just trapping the queen.
Oof. Yeah, like rook b5, which was my idea, is just followed by g5. Yeah, very tough. Very tough thing to respond to.
Yeah. So Ding is still thinking after b6. Is that the case? Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously queen d6 is a very good move. I mean, very good move. It's also a very good suggestion.
But it does run into knight a3, b5 now. Or
yeah, it is more uncomfortable. However, as I have already the engine running, after knight a3, bishop g7,
just
knight
bishop
b5.
g7.
Yeah, bishop g7, knight b5, queen b6 is just much better for
you
black.
can just take this pawn, yeah?
Yeah, I also forgot about that. Just taking it.
So queen d6 is also actually quite logical. And what happens here? I mean, there is also now the idea of bishop a3 pinning the knight. But maybe I can just take on d3. I'm not sure.
Instead of
after b6, queen d6. Bishop a3.
Yeah, I think that's the best move by the engine. Yeah, and after bishop h6, just bishop c5, queen c5, and queen e4.
Yeah, now white has a lot of counterplay. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm turning off the engine. I know nothing anymore. So that's all I checked. I mean, this is very complicated.
Yeah.
This is very complicated. If you don't know the engine evaluation, it's very hard. It would be funny if you have one option during the game to know the evaluation of a chosen engine. That would be fun. That would make chess a lot of fun.
Some might call it fun, others might call it cheating.
Oh, really? I didn't think about it. No, imagine the rules are changed and you always have an option to check once. Just the evaluation, not the best move, just the evaluation.
Yeah,
Like the eval bar,
that
no?
that would be like a new form of chess, definitely. Yeah.
That would be funny. Of course, yeah, that's why he's also thinking right now. I mean, queen d6 is very logical. I would prefer to see queen b8. It looks like to be more... It's harder to approach.
Yeah, because if
By white.
if queen d2 is actually the only move, then
Do you think it's the only move?
it looked like it. I mean, since knight a3
Ah, yeah,
didn't work.
he's lost, yeah. What else could be the move? Yeah, like bishop a3 is also probably lost.
Yeah, because then
somehow.
queen b8, bishop a3. Now, if I go bishop h6, you don't take on
Yes.
c5 with the tempo.
Yes, exactly. So I need to go queen h4, and I guess that's very similar to before, right? Somehow, no?
Yeah, I'm still not sure what I would do here, but
Me neither.
maybe can you take on d3? Maybe I can take on d3.
With the
Still,
with the knight, okay.
I cannot because rook takes
Rook
d3.
d3.
Queen is 7.
Yeah,
Even
the
though
tricks.
even though after rook d3, do I have like an intermediate move like g5?
Probably. That's fun.
Still not totally clear.
No, I do love that. Okay, now this is hard. This is tough. Yeah, but I don't understand why. I don't know, but I think bishop a3 is not that bad actually. Okay. No, bishop a3 is not a terrible move. I just checked the valuation. It's not a bad move, so it's surviving. Just because, yeah, because somehow everything slowly is connecting. We do lose a pawn on d3 though. We do lose it.
Yeah.
But somehow engine loves the activity of the bishop on g2, I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of the only piece that keeps white's play going here. Bishop on g2 is quite strong.
Oh my, but we should talk about the time. It's
Yeah.
move.
I was just
Which
about to
move?
say that the position starts to
17.
matter even less once you start looking at the clock.
Yeah, it's move 17 and they both are down to 25, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Gukesh is down to 21, Ding is down to 23. 23 moves to make, so it's literally a minute or less per move.
Yeah.
That
Hasn't happened before, I think, at least not in this match, that both sides are in such a big time trouble. And it's exciting at least then.
it is exciting. It is exciting. I mean, wow. So I think the engine actually evaluates this position as 0-0.
I'm not surprised anymore after everything I've seen today.
Yes, that's crazy. But this, how, like, look at, this is 0-0 and this is, look at the, I don't know, it's somebody threw up on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this b6 idea, and of course Ding needs to find the best response. I hope to see queen b8. I really hope to see queen b8.
Yeah, me too. And hopefully pretty soon.
Yeah, Ding, come on, it's time. Need to move. I'm gonna check their cameras.
Yeah, that's
Who is most worried? I think they're both worried. I think at this time that they're spending, I think they both should be worried. Wow. Yeah, actually, longest time spent was G3 by Gukesh. He spent 1 hour and 17 seconds on
Yeah.
11th move G3.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And of course, fourth move by Ding, knight f6.
Yeah, that's still shocking, and I'm really curious what he has to say about it in the press conference. I hope
I can't wait.
They will talk about it.
Yeah. Somehow we're hoping. I do not hope this game to end in a draw. I'm actually predicting a decisive result. I don't know from who, but I'm not predicting a draw. But I do hope that both players show up at the press conference, no matter the result, because their insights are very important.
Aren't they also obligated to go there? I think it's part of the contract, because there was this one incident where Magnus
Yes,
left
he didn't,
from,
yeah.
I think it was in the Karyakin match. And then he was fined for that, I think.
Oh, he was fined actually. Wow,
Yeah.
didn't know that. Yeah, because actually it's not the first time I would see not both players show up at the press conference. Maybe not even in Magnus match, even maybe sometimes after. I can't remember, but I did not know it was in the contract. I mean, it should be, yeah, it's part of the championship.
I think for the World Championship match it is. For the candidates, I think it's a bit different. I think there it's kind of, if you lose the game, you're not really obligated to go there.
Wow, yeah. This is tough. This is such a weird position. Ding is still thinking. I mean, he has two logical moves. Both are dangerous for white. I'm really curious why he hasn't moved and thinks after.
Yeah, and he did spend, I think, already 15 minutes for this move. And time is just way more important now in this case. Of course, it's easier to say that for us, but he's below 20 minutes now, and it's getting serious.
Oh, wow. I mean, we can actually, we don't need to predict what's going to be the score. We can predict who's going to lose on time.
Yeah,
today.
we might see that. Yeah,
This might be a prediction. Yeah, this might be a good prediction for today.
And we see moves: Queen d6, Bishop a3, and Bishop h6 is on the board. And you were saying here that Gukesh can take on c5 and then go Queen e4, right?
Yes, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, Queen b8 would have been maybe a bit more testing than Queen d6, but I think that both moves are objectively okay, right?
No, they are, of course, yeah. I mean, but here it makes Gukesh's life a lot easier, because I think Bishop takes c5 should be played. It's not even the only move somehow. Also, Queen h4 is not bad.
Okay.
But I think Bishop c5 will be played, yes, as it is. Followed by Queen c5 and Queen e4. Yeah, this is going to be bliss out. And it's move 20, and they caught up somehow to some time.
Yeah. Still 20 moves.
20 moves, yeah. But now what do we do, Felix, after Queen e4?
Yeah, the pawn on b7 is hanging, so...
Do we take on b6? Can I play rook d7?
Rook d7 or just knight c6 back, because for now the knight on e5 is hanging in the air. And
again, yeah, I blundered another piece.
And if you go knight c6 first, then you might think about taking this one. Even though, again, it does open the b file, which probably white will be happy about. Like maybe after knight c6, knight e3. And knight c6 has been played.
Yeah, Ding. Very good. Ding doesn't blunder pieces like me. But yeah, so knight e3 is very logical. The question is, do we take on b6 or do we castle first? But somehow I feel like white's quite safe now. I know we're losing a pawn.
Most likely, yeah.
Maybe it's not that bad because of the activity on the b file. So, like you said, knight a3. Let's go for it. What are you going to do? Are we taking on b6? If we take,
then rook b1, I guess.
Rook b1, yeah. I mean, if I go queen c7, knight b5 is coming, right?
Yeah.
Also to be considered is rook takes b7. I don't know if that's good or not, but
Those
should
ideas
be
also
considered.
exist, and knight a3 has been played by Gukesh.
Yeah, very good. That's why I preferred queen b8. It's just safer tucked back there, and the knights are playing. And now white exchanged his c1 bishop for this beautifully active c5 knight,
Yeah.
and somehow things are turning.
Yeah,
around, in
white
fact.
got exactly what he wanted by exchanging this bishop, and now actually white's minor pieces are arguably more active than black's because the bishop on h6 doesn't do much at all, and especially if you compare it to the white's bishop on g2, which is doing a fantastic job on this diagonal.
I was so happy with Ding's position suddenly, but Ding decided to go queen d6, which of course it's a healthy move, but I really was cheering for queen b8 and all these complications because it would be such a challenge for Gukesh to find a good response after queen b8.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, something we will probably hear at the press conference. I'm sure somebody will ask about queen b8 and not queen d6. However, this is the position we need to live in the moment. What are we going to do? What if I just castle though?
Yeah, that seems very logical. Just castling, and I thought about rook db1 here, just to get rook b5.
Oh yeah, rook b5 is a threat, huh? Yeah, I mean, I wanted to somehow get knight b4. However, queen b7 is just a very easy response to anything.
Yeah, even though here you might win the pawn on b6 anyway.
I mean, with rook b8, yeah, or
Yeah, maybe rook
something like
b8.
that, yeah.
Where do you go?
I'm curious about d7, even though I'm walking on thin ice. I'm walking on very thin ice there. So let's go back, queen e4.
Yeah, now something like rook takes b6.
Even though I could argue queen a7. Okay, yeah, let's go rook b6. I go...
Knight b5 maybe.
Yeah. I was also thinking about something like rook e1, but knight b5 is healthy.
Yeah, still seems also pretty safe for black, honestly.
Yeah, it does, it does. I mean, some pawns are hanging, but I don't know what this is. In fact, this is this position is already much better for black.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, maybe after rook b1, knight b4 is the best response, and after queen b7, rook b8, something like queen c7 should be played.
Yeah, but Ding doesn't go for short castle. He went rook d7 immediately, which guards the pawn on b7, so it is very logical.
Yes, of course, we noticed this move before, but something feels odd about this move. Something feels fishy.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but something feels weird.
Yeah, of course you would like to castle as well, but I get Ding, yeah, just defending the pawn on b7 and getting ready to play knight b4 and at some point capture on b6. Gukesh went knight c2 though, which surprises me a little bit, even though it does prevent knight b4. So that's...
Can you turn deviation on after rook d7? I'm just curious what it is.
White is much better.
0-7?
Yeah, something like that with queen e2.
Oh, okay, queen e2 is not a very
Opening
human
up
move.
the diagonal for the bishop, but Gukesh went knight c2, and still white is a bit better here, which, yeah, that wouldn't have been my first guess. I thought the position would just be around balanced.
I mean, knight c2 is logical. We are attacking the d4 pawn. Even though I would prefer my knight on b5, to be honest, but on the other hand, I really want my rook from a1 to go to b5. At the cost of b6 pawn, I don't care. So for example, after knight e2, queen b6, can I go rook a b1?
Yeah.
And what you gonna do, like queen somewhere?
Queen
Queen
c7
b6 has
maybe.
been played, by the way, yeah?
Okay.
Queen c7, and now I want to just go rook b5, and I claim that my activity is amazing.
And I can't really argue with you, huh? It is
Even
really
though after queen c7, I should consider rook b7. Very much.
Yeah, rook b7 I thought about, but I thought after you take and take on c6, I can go somewhere with my queen. Maybe to c7.
And after knight takes d4,
I'll castle.
you're just going to castle. And you're not afraid of my pawns.
Not that much. Like, you only have one pawn for the exchange, so...
I mean, listen, I go knight b5. I'm very close to playing c5, c6, and then stop me, you know?
Yeah, it might be that you have enough compensation, but I don't think it can be enough for white to play for something.
Okay, Felix.
I can also maybe keep even the queens on the board. I'm not sure here. But it is also one idea. Rook b7 is always something black has to watch out for. But is it what Gukesh has?
Yeah, what's actually the position?
After queen b6.
Queen b6, like. Yeah, okay. And the times? How much time does Gukesh have? 19 minutes, is that correct?
18 minutes now, and Ding is below 15 minutes.
And it's 18 moves to go, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow! So both players have to play less than a minute per move.
Yeah.
To not lose on time, and we know Ding is terrible at time management.
Yeah.
Wow,
Queen. Rook b1, Queen c7 has been played, yeah.
Oh wow, and I wonder if we're gonna see Rook b7, but like you said, this is probably too much. Maybe Rook b5 might be enough, right? Rook b5 might be enough, yeah. Yeah, I like Rook b5. It's a very nice active square, and we're pawn down, correct? But yeah, this is cute now. Let me see. Do you think Gukesh could get too ambitious? I'm just gonna check the evaluation if I go rook takes b7.
Go for it.
Ah, it's 0-0.
It is 0-0, yeah.
And after queen b7, queen c6, you're right, queen c7. Knight d4, castle, knight b5, exactly our line. Queen takes c6, bishop takes c6. Rook d8 and d4 0-0, obviously, you know. I mean, I would not be surprised if Gukesh decides to play rook b7.
Yeah, and the more I look at it, the more interesting it actually becomes, because you will just set up a position with d5, and then you will just slowly improve your position on the king side, maybe like king g2, f4, king f3, g4. And it's not easy to find a plan for black.
Yeah. I like it, but he went rook b5, so sad face for me.
Short castle is on the board.
Short castle, very logical. We need the development. However, is rook d5 now a good move? No, maybe it's too much.
Yeah, here, especially considering the time situation, I would just go rook b1 immediately.
Yeah,
rook b1 looks so logical.
So logical. So logical. I mean, we have some threats with rook b7. We have this beautiful file here. We have this beautiful line here. This is a weakness somehow. Yeah. This bishop is very nice. I like white's position now, Felix.
Yeah, I agree. It seems pretty hard to play for black now. He just has to defend after rook b1, maybe something like rook b8. If it doesn't yet blunder anything, because it doesn't feel right. But probably for now, black is okay here.
Yeah, you could say he's fine. Wow.
Knight a1.
Did Gukesh just go knight a1? What
Okay,
is
so
this
he's
knight here?
bringing his knight to b3,
It's a beautiful idea. I just
from where it can
funny.
also go to c5. So
Yeah, and it's very dangerous on c5 because then knight c7 followed by queen c6 is a huge threat. However, I find it a bit funny. It must be a good move, right?
I have a hard time believing that white can be any worse here, even, yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's not
So
favorite of the engines, but rook db1, of course, the most logical move is the favorite of the
yeah,
engines. Knight a1, very surprising response.
yeah,
However, what do I even do with black now? Now I'm in a situation when I'm asking myself with black pieces, what do I do?
yeah. That's not easy to say, because knight b3 c5 is coming, and once it's there, it's bad news for black.
Yeah, exactly. So I need an immediate response right now. I need to know exactly what to do after knight b3 to stop this very uncomfortable idea. I'm trying to see if something like knight b4 works, just basically exchanging a lot of things or giving my pawn on b7 somehow.
Yeah, but if knight b4, I will go knight b3 anyway. You go
Anyway,
b6 or...
yeah, let's say I go b6.
Yeah, and here I was always worried about some c5 breaks, maybe even right away.
Yeah, you're right. The activity is enormous.
Very unpleasant for black.
Yeah, night before was just my my blitz instinct, like to play for activity, but I think I need to do something else. Yeah. But what, rook b8? No, that's so passive.
Still knight b3, yeah.
Can I play e5 followed by maybe f5 idea? It's very no, I don't like it as well. I hate it in
But
fact.
it might be time to kick out the queen. It does weaken a lot of squares, but let's see, e5, knight b3, f5. But yeah, it does weaken
So many
position
white
quite a lot.
squares.
Queen
Yeah,
e2,
I hate
I'm
it.
threatening to take on c6 maybe as well.
Yes, of course, bishop d5, taking even on c6, playing knight c5, so many e5 sometimes we're taking on e5 later. No, this is so bad. This is so bad. I don't want that. Let's go back.
Yeah.
After knight a1, actually with knight a1 is very challenging.
And Ding is close to being
Oh my.
down to 10 minutes.
I think he is very close to being below 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
And he has, yeah, he's 40 minutes 40 seconds, and he is below 10 minutes, so this is so nerve-wracking. This is so hard.
Yeah, and what can Ding actually do here to against the threat of knight b3?
I don't know. I tried 2 moves now, Felix. Now you try something.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Somebody said knight a1 is a psychopath move. I think so too. No, this is a very challenging move. I love it. I wouldn't play it, but now that Gukesh has played it, I love it.
Yeah, I like it too.
Yeah, it's hard to find something. It's so hard.
I guess you have to avoid the knight appearing on c5.
Very.
So you have to play b6 somewhere. I want to move the knight. I'm still not sure where I go. Maybe knight to b4 was actually the best try. I was also thinking of going to d8 and then after knight b3 to maybe play...
Let's try knight d8 actually. Knight b3.
Another idea was knight e6 here to stop knight c5. But it also doesn't feel that's correct. Like white could even think about going h4, bishop h3.
Ooh, another idea for white. Wow. Wow. Easy. Looks so easy for white. So
Yeah.
effortless.
So probably black has to do something like b6 and just allow c5, but then it becomes really, really dangerous. Like
Wow.
d takes c5, maybe knight takes c5, the rook has to move. Black is still a pawn up, so, and I don't see quite yet how white will actually, what will white do. But black doesn't really have any active moves himself, most likely.
No, yeah, exactly. And Ding's down to 9 minutes. In fact, he's going to be below 9 minutes in 5 seconds. And he's below 9 minutes, guys. This is too hard. And I think this illustrates how activity is more important than a pawn.
Absolutely, yeah.
This game, and I'm going to go so far as to predict that Gukesh will win this game.
Yeah, anything else would be actually pretty shocking now, especially if you look at the clock. I mean, 8 minutes for Ding. He played rook b8.
Which is a very human move, yeah?
But what happens after knight b3?
Which is played as well.
Gukesh is playing fast, I like that. And Ding goes e6.
Oof, e6. I mean, really?
Yeah, so knight c5, he wants to go to e7, I guess. But yeah, knight c5, rook e7, if I just go rook d1.
Wait, sorry, can I not go knight b7?
After rook e7 or?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah, but then at least there are some exchanges, like, you mean this, yeah?
Yeah, I will not take on b7, I will take on c6, I will let
right away.
the rook be.
Right away. Yeah, that still is probably better for white, but at least...
But you think it's good enough for black?
At least black would be somewhat breathing again, yeah, something like rook a7, black does have the opposite color bishops, so he does have some drawing chances, even though white is still to be preferred here, and the pawn is quite fast.
Okay, so that would be too simple, okay.
Yeah, it depends on if white does have anything better, like rook b1 first looks very natural, and I just don't see what to do after rook b1. Maybe knight b4, but
knight b4 does. Okay, yeah, let's do rook b1, knight b4. What you gonna do? I know. Do I just take the pawn on d4?
Yeah, you could.
I could, but I don't need to. The beauty of white's position. And rook db1 is on the board. Gukesh with 13 minutes. It's move 28, so still 12 more moves to go to reach the time control, while Ding is down to 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
For 12 moves. And it's his move as well, after rook db1. I am curious if rook db1 was actually the best move. I will check Lila.
Ding played queen c8.
No, in fact, Lila said knight b7 is the best move.
Wait, hang on. He played queen c8, but isn't it just losing on the spot? Queen takes e6.
Huh?
He just resigns, yeah?
He did it!
Queen c6 and the game is over, yeah? I think Ding will just resign here. Yeah, game is over.
Poor Ding! Poor Ding!
No, that was... yeah, it was already so much pressure on Ding. But to blunder like this is... Yeah, that's... another
sad.
Story. Like if you play knight b4, the game still goes on, yeah.
Yeah, the game still goes on. I mean, honestly, white is obviously better. Look at this activity. All the pieces are coordinated. They're active. I mean, yeah. Knight b4 just is very much playable position. But our queen c8 followed by queen c6. Tactical blunder by Ding.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh my, yeah. It's terrible. My heart is breaking for Ding, of course. It sucks. Especially because we did like his position. before he went also queen d6, but if he went queen b8 or something very similar to that, it could be such a different outcome. But now,
Yeah,
this
I
is tough.
Ding's position was kind of starting to look pretty good, yeah, at some point, but then the time management again was just an issue. I mean, both players were low on time. It was like a 3-result game, but at some point, the decision with queen d6 was probably something we did not really like that much. And after Gukesh got this position with the queen on e4 and the nice bishop on g2, it already started to feel like things were heading into the wrong direction for Ding.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this queen b8 looked so much more. So much more play could be generated from queen b8, while queen d6 looked much more simple. White is giving up a pawn, but white gains activity, and that is the most important in these Benoni type of structures. I don't care about my pawn. Often in Benoni type structures, I sacrifice my pawns just to get my pieces active on the queen side, and this is exactly what happened here. And at some point your opponent breaks. I didn't expect Ding to break so quickly, but he did, yeah, which actually tells you how hard this game was for him from the beginning. From move 4, in fact, it was very hard for him, and that showed right now. However, I instead of, I mean, even g6, it is a very human move with a very logical plan. But yeah, if he could have also picked a different approach back then. However, yes, I think I was most, let's say, disappointed by queen d6, yeah. It was too simple for this position.
Yeah, I agree. Queen b8 might have been a better try. And okay, we have to give Gukesh credit for finding this idea with a4. It was probably the only way to like get the game going even. So his defense here was on spot. Yeah, it's a heartbreaking result for Ding. He had his chances. If instead of g6 he went e6, the position seems pretty hard to play for white, because now black is way faster with development. The bishop will come to d6. All of the then there will be all sorts of discoveries.
Yeah.
So after that he would have been the big favorite.
I mean, exactly. Like d3 pawn is always such a huge weakness, and with e6, I guess it's more simple as well, as this bishop is staying on this diagonal. And
yeah, and it turns out that what Anish Giri said in his live stream turned out to be true. Yeah, the bishop on g7 was in fact somehow misplaced, and it would have been better on this diagonal.
Yeah. However, I truly, even though there's a question mark behind g6, just because the evaluation changes from -1 to 0-0, I think g6 is a good move.
Yeah,
because it's very challenging given that h5, bishop h6 is coming.
Yeah, it is very natural, yeah, and the idea with h5 was also a nice idea for sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
But
and I do not blame Ding for choosing g6. In fact, I salute him for choosing g6, even though computer doesn't agree with that. But it turns out the game was then too difficult for him.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to his decision on move, was it move 4? To spend half an hour.
Oh, yeah.
That's just inexplicable to us, at least for now. So yeah, I'm curious what he will say about it in the press conference. Also, after a3, he spent another almost 30 minutes for bishop g4. I think that was kind of it already set a wrong tone for the game, even though later on he again had his chances. So.
Yeah, no, heartbreaking, of course, heartbreaking result. We could say that this is where the match is going to break. For Gukesh's favor, it is going to be very hard to recover for Ding, especially as he did say he likes to play with black pieces. And today he showed that even though he didn't know the opening, this bishop g4 to me was a very dubious response in the opening. He spent 30 minutes on it as well. However, he did get a great position out of it. This knight on c5 is a beautiful knight. Then he got a knight from f6 to d7 to e5, very beautiful knight as well. He just needed to develop his bishop to a perfect square, and I think his pieces would be in harmony. And I think he had a huge chance today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And it's sad. Yeah, it's very sad. And could we say that this is where Gukesh's also confidence will be much higher and he's going to win the match?
Yeah, now everything has definitely shifted towards Gukesh's favor. There are only 3 more games left to be played. How Ding has been playing, it's hard to believe that he will, if he continues playing how he has, it's impossible for him basically to score a point. So he just needs to change his attitude and change his style of playing as well to be able to score a full point now, to be able to equalize the match. But Gukesh is definitely now the favorite in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great game. Honestly, it had a lot of drama. It was not symmetrical. It was not equal. In fact, there were a lot of ups and downs. I love this game. Whatever the score was at the end, I'm very happy that this game had happened. Of course, we'll see. I guess we're going to see Felix together. If Ding will manage to come back, I would love to see a comeback. But of course, it's up to his team, his mind, and yes, his abilities.
Absolutely,
to choose that.
Yeah.
And I do hope to see more exciting games just like this one in the future.
Yeah, me too. And yeah, the next game is already tomorrow, starting again at the same time, 10 a.m. Central European time. So yeah, make sure to join Laura and myself again for the stream tomorrow. Ding will have the white pieces. So it's, yeah, he has 2 more chances basically, 2 more white games. So I hope to see that he will try his, give it his all and maybe make a small shift in his style when it comes to his opening preparation and middle game strategies. But I'm sure we'll have a very interesting game tomorrow.
Yes, I'm very excited about it. So I really I think this was game 11 out of 40 games, so 3 games still to go. In 3 games, everything can change. In fact, we could still see tie breaks, or we could even see Ding winning 2 games in a row. You never know.
Anything is still possible. Yeah.
Absolutely, everything is possible. So I just am excited because that means that Ding will need to be forced out of this mindset of being safe.
Yeah.
So yeah. That's great. Thank you everybody for being here with us again and again. I hope you enjoyed the commentary. I love that Felix hosted today, so that's amazing. We are all improving on our technical difficulties, which is great. I just want to say, yeah, there's no Qatar Masters today. They have a free day, so I guess this is all from Lichess today. And tomorrow, again, 2 exciting streams after the World Championship game, of course, also the Qatar Masters.
Exactly, yeah. So thank you guys for watching the broadcast, and we'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central European time. So take care and see you tomorrow.
See you. you.